the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will follow myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security during an evacuation, and please speak with security if you require first aid.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It is 9:30, and I'll call this meeting to order. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Next, I'll move on to our roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Morgan. Good morning. Good morning, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
Ah, yes. Councillor, you'll understand why that was said in a few moments. Councillor Clark.
Can't top that. Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Palmer.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Full house in the chambers here today. Next is, before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or a family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniaries or conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the May 19th, 2026 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following change: the addition of 7/1/2025 Edmonton Police Service Annual Report.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Glick.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Salvador.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes then. Thank you.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next are the minutes. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move that the minutes from the April 27th, 2026 City Council public hearing meeting, April 28th, 2026 City Council meeting, April 30th, 2026 special City Council meeting, May 5th, 2026 City Council public hearing, and May 6th, 2026 City Council non-regular meeting be approved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded, I think, by Councillor Stevenson. Please, any questions, errors, or omissions? Not seeing any, please vote on the approval of those minutes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Next up, council protocol and recognition. So we have a number of them today. So I'm going to actually start with Councillor Palmer, then Councillor Paquette, then I'll wrap it up. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. May is Asian Heritage Month across Canada, and it's a time for us to learn more about the many achievements and contributions from Canadians of East, South, Western, Central, and Southeast Asian heritage. The history of Asian Canadians in our city goes back over a century. In 1892, brothers Chung Ji and Chung Yan became the first Chinese settlers in Edmonton when they moved from Calgary to open a laundromat. Since then, Canadians of Asian heritage have been calling this city home. Asian Canadians continue to shape our communities, from arts and culture to science and sport to business and government. During the month of May, we celebrate these diverse and growing communities and their contributions to the vibrancy and progress of our city. The City of Edmonton understands how critical it is to preserve cultural heritage. And so, we created the Chinatown Vibrancy Fund to help accomplish this. This grant program has invested nearly $500,000 each year since 2024 to support community projects that help build a vibrant, welcoming, and inclusive Chinatown. Project goals improve vibrancy, create focused economic development, celebrate Chinatown as a destination, and enhance built form and landmarks. Together with all levels of government and our community partners, the city is committed to ensuring that Edmonton remains a place where people of all backgrounds feel welcomed, valued, and respected. Thank you to all the Asian Edmontonians who call our city home and who help make it more inclusive and welcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to warmly introduce Majin Mathurin, Edmonton's current Poet Laureate. Majin is a multilingual spoken word poet whose artistic practice is a celebration of linguistic diversity and cultural harmony. Through her poetry, she fuses French, English, and Haitian Creole with themes of healing, lessons of courage, and intergenerational stories. Jean is motivated by the belief that language embodies culture and identity. Her poems reflect her journey toward self-love, her life as an immigrant, and her lived experience navigating the world with an invisible chronic illness. Please join me in welcoming our current Poet Laureate, who will be sharing Birthmark with us today.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here for the first time. And the poem that I'm going to share today is actually based off of one of the first things that my mom told me when I first moved here. I was accepted at the U of A, and it was one of the first calls I had once I moved. And it's something that kept me anchored throughout the years of me living in Edmonton. So it's called Birthmark. When I first called my mother, after having been the first out of 4 siblings to leave the safety of her Haitian immigrant nest, she told me, "Petite, songez pour qui ça ou ici là. Enfant, rappelle-toi pourquoi tu es là. Child, remember why you are here." Lorsque j'étais jeune, ma mère jouait un drôle de jeu de cache-cache. Elle cachait entre ses lèvres des mots qui n'avaient pas de mots. Celles qu'elle avalait sans nous montrer l'amertume. Celles qui rôdaient dans sa langue, mais pas dans sa voix. Her sentence carried the familiar frequency of sacrifice. The softness of her voice reminded me of the tears she weathered that finally planted me here, in uncharted opportunity, where withering was a luxury I could not afford. Resilience is my mother's birthmark. It is the kind that thickens the spine of a weak spirit. It is the kind that didn't ask to be strong, yet became just enough nest for offspring. Her clay, whatever kind of grace has sustained her, has found itself on me. Her weary can be mistaken for weak, but rest assured, it is more noble gem than sapphire. That's where I get my magic from. I know she's in me somewhere. My mother packed up her experiences like an overweight suitcase. Her smile had a way of convincing you that she travels light, always ready to move, bend, and accommodate as necessary. After all, nomads never settle, but they do get tired. And every immigrant knows that kind of weary, that back and forth, country to country, apartment to apartment, always living in temporary housing where our mothers become our only object permanence of what home is. Lors ces petites filles comme t'es, pièce moun pas besoin dire n'importe côté maman yé, c'est la caille pao. Time never let my mother unpack. She was too weary working 12-hour shifts for her to work on herself, and now I realize that I am carrying my mother's weary and her incandescence. The heavy she never really found a way to unpack found itself in my carry-on. I am learning to unfold the mess, the layers of survival tactics tucked under the smiles, underneath the silences offered to protect every hurt and lonely but resilience is my mother's birthmark. Her clay, whatever kind of grace that sustained her, found itself carved somewhere in my being. Petite, songez pour qui ça ou ici là, enfant. Rappelle-toi pourquoi tu es là. Child, remember why you were here. Her sentence, a sacrifice. The softness of her voice, still tears she weathered that finally planted me here. In uncharted territory where withering was a luxury and unpacking has been a burden I must begin to see as privilege for her, for us, for me. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Always a delight to get to hear from you, and what a great way for us to start off our meetings today. So thank you for being here with us and sharing your immense talent. There is one more protocol item today, and forgive me, I'll just, every couple of sentences, I'll freeze for a moment just so folks can make sure that the translation is going back and forth. So in case you're wondering why we have a bit of silence, especially if you're watching online, there will be a few moments where that happens. So I'd like to begin this meeting by welcoming a delegation joining us from the Kumamoto Prefecture in Japan. So please join me in welcoming. And as I call your name, I'm going to ask you all to stand for our delegation. We have Mr. Yoshiyuki Tominaga, Director General, Department of Policy Planning and Regional Developments. We have Ms. Ikumi Nakao, Project Manager, Business and Market Development Division. We have Mr. Yuki Izumi, Senior Official, Transportation Policy Division. We have Mr. Hitomi Kazaki, Selection Chief, Building Operations Division, Kumamoto International Airport, and Ms. Lily McDermott, Planner from Kumamoto Prefecture Governments. And let's give them a big round of applause to start. Go ahead. So last month, I had the honor of visiting Kumamoto along with our city manager, Eddie Robar. We saw firsthand the remarkable energy and growth in your region, particularly in semiconductor development. So while Kumamoto and Edmonton are separated by the Pacific, we are remarkably similar. We are both growth frontiers, regions that are driving our own economic futures in AI, hydrogen, and advanced manufacturing. Our bond is not new. We are proud that the University of Alberta and Kumamoto University have shared a deep academic partnership for over 30 years. And today we are evolving that foundation into a comprehensive regional alliance that includes municipal leadership, industry, and infrastructure. Kumamoto is helping shape the future of the global semiconductor supply chain, and Edmonton is an ideal North American partner in that mission. Our partners at the Edmonton International Airport and Edmonton Global, who made these exchanges with Kumamoto possible, are leading the way in these areas. So I believe that face-to-face relationships are the foundation of trust, and trust is the foundation of any great collaboration. So hosting you all today is a great honor. And to our guests, thank you for your hospitality in April and for the trust you have placed in the Edmonton region. We are, sorry. So we are committed to building this partnership, and I look forward to our discussions later today when we have our meeting, and I really hope you enjoy your time in Edmonton. And very quickly, I know this isn't written down, so we're just gonna quickly go a little bit. I just wanna showcase, this is Kumamoto. For everyone online, there's Kumamoto. One of the, the mascot for the Kumamoto prefecture. And I will tell you, I was blown away by just like how, it was everywhere in Kumamoto. I'm not exaggerating. Every store had Kumamoto merchandise. It was at the airport. Everyone has the pin. Oh, I'm on this side here. Just astonishing to see how they built this incredible identity around Kumamoto. So Kumamoto's going to join us for the meeting today. And then finally, we can save the translator a few moments because Councillor Rutherford is just going to say a few welcoming words as well.
Just want to say, Edmonton ni okoshi itadaki taihen koi desu.
I'm going to clap because I don't know what you said, but I'm so glad. Thank you. So thank you all for joining us. Pleasure to have you, and I know you have a full day today. Soon they'll be going to check out the LRT system, and they're going to be at Upper Bound, so, and we'll be meeting later today at lunchtime. So thank you for being here. One more round of applause for our guests. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. Aaron, Councillor Paquette standing up for it. Okay. All right. Always a great way to start our day with our protocol items. Next will be selection of items for debate. So I'll have council colleagues click on to select items for debate. Councillor Tang.
7-1, 9-1, and 9-2.
7-1, 9-1, and 9-2. Councillor Rutherford.
I was on for 9-2.
Okay, thank you. I think everything else was committee, yeah. Councillor Principe?
7-3.
7-3. Okay. Not seeing anyone else on the board, I'll take a motion for the remaining items. Oh.
Sorry, Mayor, for some reason I can't log on for my name up. I was requesting 7-2 as well, please.
7-2. Okay, great. Any other selections? Not seeing any. I'll take a motion to approve all remaining items.
So moved.
I think moved by Councillor Wright, seconded
Second.
by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Madam Clerk, do you want to just review what we've approved?
Absolutely, thank you, Mayor. This morning, Council has approved the recommendations in the following reports. Item 5.1, evaluation of investment options for day spaces with a revised due date of June 8th, 2026 at Community and Public Services Committee. Item 7.4, City of Edmonton submission, Federal Supply Chains Act 2025. And that is it.
Thank you very much. That's what I have as well. Requests to speak, there are none. Requests for time specific, there are two already approved. I do just want to check with administration on 9.1 if there is an opportunity to start that earlier. I don't want to presuppose, but two of the items, the first two items were at committee, so I'm not expecting there'll be a long debate. So I'd love the opportunity to start 9.1, whereas I think EPS is coming in 9.1. Is that possible? Okay, perfect. Oh, that's right. There's some okay. We'll find out. Yeah, we'll try. So we have two items before, and we can even do the 9.2 if we need to go in that order too. But we'll see if they're available at all. And right now, the way it will work is 7.1 is first item of business at 1:30, and 9.1 is the second item of business at 1:30. But just thinking through and planning out our agenda. So, okay, great. Voting on bylaws not selected for debate, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I would like to move that we do first reading on item 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Rutherford, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on first reading of those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. And Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move third and final reading on Bylaw 21433, Bylaw 21455, and Bylaw 21479.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. And so those are the bylaws. Let's see. Requests to reschedule are done. Public reports, as mentioned, 7.1 will be first item at 1:30. We have got confirmation that if we are able to finish the other items before lunch, 2 of the 3 previous at committee, then we could bring in 9.1 early. So, but we will start with item 7.2, and I'll go to our chair, which is Councillor Wright, I think, that was the Community and Public Services, for an introduction on that item while administration comes down or stays there. Yeah. I'll let them decide where they want to sit. In the meantime, Councillor Wright can.
I won't even look to see where they're going.
Yeah, you can just
Okay.
introduce us for us.
So
There.
it did. So this report on supporting vulnerable people during extreme weather conditions did come to council or to committee. last week, and we had some good discussion. We had a number of speakers come forward as well, and a number of motions were made by Councillor Morgan and Councillor Rutherford. The one being for council approval is basically that we accept sort of the recommendations as set out in attachment 1 of the report. And I will leave it then to Ms. Flamen and her team if there's any other questions that council has.
Sorry, did you want to move the recommendation of the committee then?
Sure, unless Councillor Morgan. No? Okay. So that Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that revised Council Policy C620A, supporting vulnerable people during extreme weather conditions, as set out in Attachment 1 of the May 11th, 2026 Community Services Report, CS03232 be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan, you want to second that?
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you. Any other introductory comments on the motion, Councillor Wright?
No, there was also a motion in regards to providing reports for expanding opioid hazard assessment and naloxone implementation for employees of the city. And then Councillor Rutherford had requested for an unfunded service package to be brought forward to the operating budget, exploring the feasibility of increasing our extreme weather supports.
Fantastic, and those motions have already been approved. They were in the delegated authority of the committee. So this is selected by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Elliott, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. The only couple of questions I have is in regards to the naloxone training for all staff. And what I'm trying to find out is, can you elaborate on, when we say all city employees, is that people from doing like transit drivers to, can you elaborate on what additional that will cover?
So I'm in a weird spot because technically that motion is already approved. So committee has approved it. It'll come back in a report. I mean, I guess we have a little bit of time. If nobody else is on the board, I can maybe provide a little flexibility. But if it's not too...
Or I can just cut right to the, I
Sure,
guess, the correct. What, are all employees, because where I'm looking at things from a liability standpoint, are employees covered like, say, WCB, through OH&S, through any indemnification, things of that matter, if we were to expand this to all employees?
I believe we've got some members of our staff available online to respond.
Yeah, if there's anyone online, and again, I think that question would probably be answered in the report itself when it comes forward, but...
Well, Mayor, I can hold off the report coming.
Yeah, if that's okay, just because since the motion's passed and the report's coming, but I think it's fair to flag that, and that would be a question, so ideally that'll be captured in the report. But maybe you could, I mean, there's nobody else on the board, so if we want to get the answer online, that's fine. Do we have someone online that wants to confirm that'll be in the report?
I can confirm it will be in the report. I'm just, there are a few people out of the office today, so I think we're just trying to get some people on chat. I can...
If you've confirmed it's going to be in the report, that's probably the most important thing, because I think that's going to be a question from councillors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thank you for that. It was, like I said, it was in a report. I can renege on this question and just wait for the report to come out, but thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions on the motion. Seeing no one else on the board, anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Wright to close?
Nothing further. Looking forward to the information in the reports that are coming forward.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. All right, thank you. So the next item is 7.3, the tax forgiveness options for Covenant Health. There isn't actually much to report on because this wasn't selected for debate at the committee meeting. So this is there will be an opportunity here to make that motion and ask questions. It does remind me, though, that I should mention that if there are ever times where any members of council, if they are able to attend and they have questions but they're not on committee, you are welcome to sort of tap a committee member on the shoulder and say, hey, can you still select it, just in case. Again, that wouldn't have necessarily fixed this. I just wanted to flag that always happy. I think I can speak for all members of council that If you're not on committee and you'd like to select something for debate, you're welcome to tap someone on the shoulder to do that. Councillor Tang, as Vice Chair, did you want to move that motion?
Sure, so moved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Thank you. Did you have any introductory comments on that, Councillor Tang? No. Councillor Principe has questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is fairly simple. Covenant Health has not reneged on anything. There's been, I'm not sure who I'm directing this question to. Ms. Padbury?
Mr. Sabo is online.
Oh, Mr. Sabo. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that this is just a typical process, that it's not something that Covenant Health has made a mistake or done anything wrong, correct?
Good morning, Councillor. Yeah, so under the current process, under the policy, we do have tax forgiveness available for properties that qualify for exemptions, going back up to 3 years of their construction period. So this does qualify under our policy as presently approved. It just so happens to be a fairly large amount, which is why it's coming to you for approval.
Okay, did they apply for those exemptions?
Yeah, they've applied and qualified for the exemptions. And so it's not the entire property either. Some parts of this property remain taxable. So we do a calculation of the refund only based on the exempt portions.
Right, and it's only coming forward to us because of the amount, and typically because they have followed proper process and they've applied for their exemption, this is just in front of us because of the amount, correct?
Correct. It does follow our current policy. You know, there could be a conversation there about whether, you know, organizations such as these would qualify in future policy conversations, but under current policy, it does.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So this is for 3 years or 4 years?
So your policy states it's for a maximum of 36 months, so it can't exceed 3 years.
Okay, but it says it's for 22, 23, 24, 25.
I might throw that to Greg, my manager over here. Likely when it comes to 36 months, it can extend depending on when it started. But Greg, can you speak to that?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 36 months, but it's spread over 4 tax years.
Okay. So at $1,087,000 divided by 3 would still be under the 500,000. So it'd be 362. So it'd be still under the 500,000 per year that administration has delegated authority for, right?
Yeah, so the delegated authority that was provided to us by the province under the Big City Charter for these kinds of forgivenesses is for total delegated authority of $500,000 a year, not per request. And so this far exceeds our full budget for a year to do through a delegated authority. And it wouldn't be based on the year, it'd be based on the year we bring it forward.
Oh,
so
okay, because I was reading it in the report saying delegated annual authority. So, but, okay. Annual, requests annually, not annual taxes. Okay.
We've had some conversation with the province about adjusting that limit. It's a rather low limit for a city of our size, but that's a bit of a separate conversation.
Okay. And then the other thing I was also wondering, so this is a tax exemption because they're nonprofit. Do the other provincial hospitals that operate in our city, do they get tax exemption because they're provincial sites?
So provincial exemption legislation stipulates that those that are providing various healthcare services are exempt from taxation, either because they're owned by the government of Alberta or because it's healthcare related.
Okay.
So one of those, typically those two provisions that were exempt.
Nothing out of the ordinary, it's just the amount that needs our approval. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Seeing none, Councillor Tang to close. Nothing further. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. So in terms of order of operations, I think we can do 9-2, which is why our clerk is coming down. And Councillor Rutherford, I think, raised a very good point and just flagged for me that 9.2 probably can be a public report. In fact, there's just needs to be, if there's any, the only part that needs to be in private is confirming.
So just if we could leave the report in private until such times as we've had that conversation, but if we're happy to do the presentation in public. Some advice that we have and some advice from legal, I would request that we go on camera for that.
Fantastic. So hearing that, I think it's very reasonable for us to get the presentation in public, and then we can start asking questions. If anyone feels if there's a question that might need to go in private, the clerks will identify that, and we can go in private at the appropriate time. But otherwise, let's keep this. Let's start in public. So we'll start with the presentation.
So good morning, and thank you for having us here. So we do have a bit of a short presentation. My name is Eileen Giesbrecht. I'm the city clerk. I'm going to turn it over to Nancy Jacobson, our Director of Governance and Legislative Services, and she's going to walk through the public component of the presentation, and Michael Gunther, the city solicitor, is joining us at the delegation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks, Aileen. Next slide. Thanks, Aaron. So just to remind us all how we got here, in December 2024, Council passed a motion directing us to begin work on creating a new standing committee of council that would deal with infrastructure-related matters. And then early in 2025, we came back to council with amendments to the bylaws to create that committee and to appoint the members. And the committee met once in 2025 and is scheduled to meet 7 times this year. We also have previous outstanding direction for this one. The motion is on the screen and in the report as well, that we work on an external nomination process. And we're here today just to confirm that direction with you and talk about the options before we proceed with any additional work on this piece. So as we outlined, there are 3 possible options for the governance of Infrastructure Committee going forward. Status quo, which is that we have elected official members only, which is currently 5 members of council. We can add technical advisors to the Infrastructure Committee, and this model would be very similar to the utility advisor model currently used for Utility Committee. And there can be public voting members of Infrastructure Committee, which would be similar to what we have with Audit Committee, where we have 2 public members, at least one of which is a chartered professional accountant. There are some considerations with all of the models, particularly the 2 models that would require further direction, which is either adding a technical advisor or public members. The first is conflicts of interest, noting that the city has a broad range of infrastructure assets and ongoing projects. Finding qualified individuals that can provide the advice and participate as a voting member, if we go that route, without potentially a need to recuse themselves or risk conflicts of interest may be challenging. And the other one is the role of a technical advisor versus a voting member versus the role of administration in presenting to council, and the various considerations that that raises about the governance function of city council. Next slide. So as indicated, we're here today to confirm the direction on the future governance model. For the first option, no direction is provided. That is our status quo. And for options 2 or 3, we'd be looking for your feedback on the next steps and direction for us to begin a process to recruit those individuals.
We do have a bit more commentary we'd like to provide in camera, but I do believe you might have a school joining us right now.
Yeah, so we'll do that. And can we do, while they're getting that, can we start with questions in public? And
yeah,
then
absolutely.
we can go in private, get the additional commentary. Yep. Fantastic. So, all right, we are excited. Very excited to be joined by some additional guests here in council chambers. We have the grade 6 class from Kim Hung School. That's, of course, in Ward CP-Winniwak, and your counselor is Counselor Tu Parmar. And there she is. And we are excited. And your teacher, T. Harder, is here. Where's your teacher there? Where's our teacher? Teacher's right here. Oh, geez, right up there. Sorry, hi. I was looking at the chair. The only problem in the first 2 rows, it just becomes a shadow. We don't really see everyone's faces, which is always hard. So, very excited to have you. So you're on a tour right now? We are. Wonderful. And I imagine you're going to be doing a mock city council soon? No mock council. Art walk after. Oh. Oh, that's fair. Were you going to do a mock city council? We were. Do you know who the mayor was going to be? No, we didn't get to. What topic were we going to discuss? We don't even know that. That's all right. Well, that's good. I think the Art Walk is going to be very exciting and probably a great substitute for the mock city council meetings. So, well, thank you so much for joining us. We're very excited that you're here in council chambers with us for a few minutes, and then you get to go have, this is fun, but I think you're going to have a lot more fun on the Art Walk. So welcome. Thank you very much. We'll welcome them to council chambers here, everyone. All right, so why don't we do, is it 2 classes? Just one? One giant class, this is, yeah. How many students are in this class? That's 20.
We normally have 32, we only have 29 today.
Whew. There it is.
So there is a giant class.
There you go. Anyway, we're going to ask questions. That's a provincial discussion about any other things. So let's talk about the infrastructure committee governance. This is very riveting. That's what we're here for. It was selected by Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang, do you have questions that you want to ask that can be public?
Yeah, I think so. So thank you for this report. I requested the motion because I think, originally, because I think there is a lot of value to the utility committee model to get that outside technical expertise. I guess I just want to know, the direction was to work collaboratively with industry associations, because part of the intent is just to test the waters. Would this even be worthwhile? Would they be interested? Given some of these challenges or potential challenges, would there even be an appetite? So I'm curious about your conversations with these associations.
So just the reminder, when the motion was originally passed, we just explained that based on last year being an election year, this was work that we were going to start the beginning of this year. There have been other priorities that have taken over, which is why this report's moved into Q2 and it wasn't dealt with in Q1. We've had some initial high-level conversations. I think one of the challenges that the clerk's office has identified is definitely from the conflict of interest perspective, as well as I won't speak for the legal risks. And also when we go in private, also happy to discuss the recruitment process in looking for those advisory services that we use for our utility committee model.
So did any of those come up in those high-level conversations even? Just like floated?
Yes, there have been comments made about the requirements, the conflicts of interest, and the differences between the utility as the regulator, as the utility committee versus a standing committee of council. And so happy to have those conversations.
Great, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, I realized that we didn't take a motion at council, and sometimes we do, but there's a few options, and I think there might be some questions. Absolutely, yeah.
Because I think I have another minute. So for today, you will want to know which of the 3 options we want to go with. So that would be ultimately, after the discussion, we'll figure out a motion to see.
Yes, so just, I can't believe this, but I think 6 months ago after you all got elected, the mayor and I had a couple of quick seconds just to talk about some of the key priorities. We did realize that this was still an outstanding direction, and the reason this is here before council and not through committee is that this is a governance conversation, and so wanted to have the check-in with council on how you would like us to move forward. But there are 3 options for your consideration.
Great. I don't see anyone else on the board for the public questions. And so, hello, Doug. You're going to be asked to leave in just a moment because I'm going to take a motion to go into private. So,
So move.
Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Tang to go into private. That's subject to sections 29 of the Access Information Act. Please vote to go into private. They were going to head out anyway, so.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. We'll take a moment to clear out the room. Sorry, we're making great time, everyone. So we already did. Doors are open and everything?
Doors are open and we are live. We're just waiting for a couple members of our delegation.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's perfect. We'll give them a few moments. No rush. No, don't apologize. It's good. It's always good to have a few minutes of break time. Okay. I think we've got enough folks to keep going, so let's continue on with our public questions. Councillor Elliott will do that momentarily. He's just stepped away for a moment. Councillor Stevenson, did you have additional public questions? I did. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to dig in a little bit, I guess. You know, one of the things I think is quite unique about our position from an infrastructure perspective is that we are the long-term owners of that infrastructure. So I'm just trying to think of are there any folks outside of the public sector that have that experience as sort of the long-term owners of construction projects that you think would, that's one of the nexuses I'm finding hard to circle. Is there anyone, what are your thoughts?
I mean, significant corporations would be faced with their own ownership of infrastructure, prioritization, long-term ownership, and so that could be anyone from a utility company to a large company, and I will say I have in my career engaged with folks. I remember one that owned and operated several mines, and he talked about we always have our project management in-house. That's one of the most important things you control as an owner. And so I think getting those perspectives from other large owners of complex infrastructure is always helpful. Could we facilitate that also by bringing a presenter into infrastructure committee? We could, absolutely.
And I'm just thinking about our utility advisor. My recollection is that they typically are advising us when we're wearing our regulator hat rather than our governance role. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And infrastructure is more of a, on the governance side, correct? That's not a regulatory role? Okay. And then we do typically, because I think again the other opportunity, or maybe the lack of parallel, is that when we have interested parties from the construction community, development community who come out and speak because they have vested interest, they have insights that they can share with council at committee. Is it fair to assume that we don't see that same level of auditors sitting around having passionate thoughts about a specific audit coming up and speaking? We typically don't see that at our audit or utility committee meetings. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. Public participation is welcome, but it is less than some of your other standing committees.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, I think that's helpful in terms of some of appreciate some of what has been highlighted already, and just wrapping my head around those different roles at different times. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to cover off a couple aspects. I know we talked about the legal ramifications for bringing in, say, an outside individual into a group. Because I say we're a large city, but yet we're a small city when it comes to the niche person or persons that we would need for this. And I know you could embargo somebody, but yet in courts, the courts are just going to throw out an embargo anyway for regard to information. So I guess I'm hearing all the things that we should be concerned about. My question would be, what benefit then would it be to bring in an outside person on a committee, given all the potential ramifications that could fall out of this? That's why I'm just out of curiosity in this. What are the benefits then of bringing somebody in, and if you can provide any insight on that? Because I'm hearing the negative side of things, and I agree with my councillor colleague here about we should not move forward with it. Or is that something I should have asked private.
No,
unless-
I think what we're providing is the three options, and the reason we're sitting here is because we were directed by council to bring this report forward.
No, fair enough. That clarifies things on that. I can just pass on this question then.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So I'll try to answer that question with a question. In 12 and a half years, we have worked incredibly hard to break the incorrect perception that the city cannot manage a project. We have so much data and evidence that shows we manage projects exceptionally well. Over 80% of the projects on time or on budget, over 95% on or ahead of schedule. So much so I used to write a quarterly blog about it. Nobody read it, shockingly. How do we, so my biggest question and why I lean towards the idea of at least getting a report back on a more detailed on option 2 is to say, if not that, what is your ideas, suggestions to start to crack that nut? Because we have been unsuccessful, but thankfully we have you are new-ish now. You have a new way of looking at things. How do we start to convince Edmontonians that in fact we have a really solid process in place if we're not grabbing that external expertise to be able to, which is why I find the utility model quite beneficial, because I can go to somebody and say, not only did we review it, we had an outside expert who provided their guidance. And that helps, I think, alleviate a lot of those concerns. Thoughts?
I think I can see that, and if that is what we're trying to solve, I think we could develop in our work plan an opportunity to bring forward some of our improvement initiatives and some of the things in terms of reviews coming back to council. So I do think that there are multiple avenues for us to be able to do that. We've also been audited regularly, and that is an external look at the projects. And then I think we are doing a number of things on all of our projects, enhanced communication, working through that I hope are starting to get some traction there as well. I do think big public infrastructure projects are always somewhat controversial, no matter what way you manage or what you choose, because you're always choosing something and not something else. And so it's big dollars. There's politics around public money. And so I do think I can come in and say, as a new person here in Edmonton, that I have been incredibly impressed with the quality of the team, with the rigor of the processes that have been in place. We do have expert teams on our projects overseeing them, and we have a really robust quality assurance program. And so where there are issues on projects, we catch them and we fix them. And so I think that is something to be assured is happening regularly, and we are reporting back to council regularly. Infrastructure committee is relatively new, so we are working on those agendas for that meeting and bringing more and more material. So we can work with infrastructure committee on what types of reports we want to see going forward, and start bringing some of that external validation. But I do know we have experts coming in. We also have other municipalities regularly reaching out to Edmonton to look at our practices. We've been working with other major public owners who are seeing what we're doing and are impressed.
Yeah, and I think, and it's great because I see that as well, and I know that, and yet we cannot seem to get that out there. From something as simple as, and I think in part because, frankly, we don't have a large communications group in the city. So if we're not going to address that, which is a budget conversation for this body at an appropriate time, that's why I'm talking about this, because I think the question would come up even this year. I'm already getting questions again around, why are certain projects, Jasper Ave or Stony Plain Road yesterday on this beautiful sunny day yesterday, crews still not out doing work. What's in the contracts? How did we debate that? How did we then communicate why we didn't ask for working on holidays versus not working on holidays? I don't know if your department has the capacity, because I don't think you have the communications team, to be able to communicate all of those things in a meaningful way. Do you agree, or do you think you do have that?
To communicate every project,
No,
whether the contractor is working on a Monday?
I'm
No.
talking about why, the nuance that gets asked of us each and every day. I'm out of time, so I'll have to come back around. So, but that's the thing I'm trying to figure out how we dig into. So, I will click back on, and I guess I can move another round before I take back the chair. So I'll move another round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Mayor Knack, did you,
Yes, I can't click back on because it still says I'm.
well, I'll go to you. The
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Sure. So it's not just that specific example, but it is the ongoing questions we get about how projects are managed certain ways. Why this decision was made over that. And I realize we're never going to be able to stop every question from getting asked, but I think there's a higher level piece here that I still don't know how we properly get out there. And so and again, this is my challenge. I feel like we've tried it all after 12 and a half years internally. I'm not sure I see the internal mechanism to turn the tide on this. But I'm happy to be convinced otherwise. That's sort of where I'm at, is that what can be done differently that we haven't already tried in 12 and a half years to change the dynamic and the perception about this?
I think my perspective is you're already doing that. You have a committee focused on infrastructure that's meeting monthly and reviewing things with officials.
And I think, and the worry that I have is, and I like the committee, I'm glad we have it, is that it's still the same people. It's still this body here and that body there, and it's not anything different. But maybe the difference is the committee has opportunities to have more public conversation that wasn't being had before. So maybe I'll ask this question: is that how have you thought about sort of the communications piece going forward? Like, what would you want to do differently in a perfect world? Does that require more people in order to be able to better tell the information that we're sharing, that we know?
Yes, I think we're working to be a lot more proactive in our communications, and I think we'll see that with some of the major project decisions that are coming up. In terms of day-to-day decisions and who's working at what time, what I would like to work on, with Edmontonians, and I don't know exactly how I've earned their trust. Mm-hmm. But when we're buying a solution from the private sector, which is what we're doing on our projects, we set a timeline and a budget with our contractors, and they hire people and they schedule those people. And so if we're buying a timeline, it's really up to the contractor how much risk they're going to have on weather and whether they have people working on a long weekend. That contractor will be weighing the pros and cons between overtime pay versus, risk, it might be a rainy summer, and that's how we hold the contractor accountable. So we aren't micromanaging the private sector in what we're buying from them. And so we as the public sector need to understand what our role is, and I think sometimes it's also about understanding the risk we've paid to transfer or the risk that we're managing ourselves. And making sure that we're getting a good deal and getting what we paid for from Edmontonians. And so I think it's really important that I'm not phoning and saying someone's working or not working, but we are measuring progress. Mm-hmm. And there are penalties and incentives for our contractors to deliver on time.
Maybe the question I can think of, because I'm trying to come at this from a policy lens, is understanding all of the nuance of that. So, and I use this as one example of many, but I think it's the one that I often get asked the most about, and frankly, the one that even just as an Edmontonian, I still get confused about. When I go through a weekend or, you know, yesterday's a holiday, so if people were working, they're going to get paid overtime. At the same time, every weekend and holiday folks are taking off from construction in a limited construction season means that project lasts another 3 or 4 weeks on a road that is, for a lot of people, frustrating. So trying to bring it up to the policy level discussion, maybe that's the question of how we have that conversation through committee with the understanding of that guidance from external expertise about why you would or wouldn't make those decisions.
And I do think we have people that can help council already with those decisions. So, you know, we can do 24/7 work. It generally costs more money because our contractors have to have incentives and things like that. So we can buy schedule in some cases, but that's always part of the balancing between all the work that we are trying to do in the budgets that we have.
Okay. I'm out of time. I don't know if folks just want to move a motion to, yeah, Councillor Tang?
Sure, I can move 2 parts. One, that administration implement option 2 as outlined in the May 19, 2026 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03461. And part 2, that this report remain private pursuant to Section 29 of the Access to Information Act.
I'll second that. Councillor Tang, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, I really appreciate this discussion. You know, I think administration is very clear about the risks and challenges. And for all kinds of reasons that we're discussing private and in public. And I will also say, I think this last line of question from the mayor is part of what kind of compelled me initially, many months ago, before the last election, to put this forward just for consideration. I do think, I know the risk is high, but I don't think it's impossible. Number one, I think having, you know, outside perspective, even if it's validation, demonstrates that we're willing to be open to ideas. You know, I know the fact that we have an infrastructure committee keeps coming up as one way to mitigate and to respond to a lot of these questions. But again, that is after, I think, many motions, governance conversations that got us to this point after many years of doing things status quo. And so, you know, at the very least, I think, you know, while I understand the concerns, I'm willing to give this at least a try and to hear the conversations that haven't really been, you know, brought forward today.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Rutherford?
No question, I just have an amendment to the motion.
Please go ahead.
I would, sorry, I'm just looking it up. I would like to add a point 3, that administration will review and redact the May 19th, 2026 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 03461, and release the redacted report as soon as possible.
That's probably friendly. I think that's sort of the understanding of this report. I'll just double check. That's a friendly amendment for everyone since we sort of just did that.
So is it just change to part 2 or just?
Yeah.
The right order to do this in would be to keep it private just for now to allow it to be
Okay, so
reviewed and
keep 2 and
redacted.
then, so we're saying it's friendly.
To add that,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, because, and then.
Yeah, thank you.
Just allows, yeah.
Great flag, Councillor Rutherford. Appreciate that, and thank you for being the first one to identify that. Yeah, this could be a public conversation primarily. So, I'm not seeing any further questions. So now would be the opportunity for those wishing to speak to click on the board. Oh, soon enough you'll be able to click on the board. There it is. All right, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the intent of this. I cannot support option 2 in this motion. I think we heard some cautions and some concerns that for me weigh heavily, and I don't know if the reward is worth the cautions that were brought up at a broad strokes level. In addition to that, like in hearing some of the public questions, I think that this idea that we need to add this so we're not continuing to do status quo. It's kind of funny that the report says status quo, but I think administration brought up a really good point that we're already not doing status quo by creating the infrastructure committee, by creating this check and balance, by having a new deputy city manager who is doing amazing work and already communicating exceptionally well for the infrastructure services department. So I think that there's also a lot that we need to consider about this committee itself is fairly new. It is new this term, and we are just trying to get our legs under us as a committee to really understand our purpose. It's still sometimes not clear, as was outlined today, what reports come to committee versus come to council, what's our delegated authority. There's still a lot that we're sifting through as a committee that I think we need to get our legs really solid before we start to add an advisor to the mix. Additionally, I think that there is still an option, as is the discretion of any committee or council member, to direct administration to bring in external expertise on any complicated or high profile items that we would like an external opinion on. And I think that that's a way that we can get that information, we can flag that early, and we can mitigate the risk that would come from option 2 as provided. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting option 1, but I would like to request that it be split for voting purposes, obviously, but you know, I would ask my colleagues to consider, as a member of the committee, you know, that we just give it time. And as mentioned before, the last thing I will say is after we get the legs, we feel like we have a bit of a solid foundation. If we want to circle back, there's at no point when we can't do option 2 on a go-forward basis. So that's where I'm standing and why I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. And yes, we'll what we'll do is we'll split out number 1, and then we can vote 2 and 3 together, since those I imagine are procedural for everyone. Is everyone okay with 2 and 3 together, or no? No? I just want to check. Yeah, 2 and 3 would still have to happen if number 1 fails, unless we don't want to keep the. Yes, yeah. So I think the reason to separate, I believe there's going to be a desire amongst some councillors to not support option 2, but to keep the report in private and then do the redacted version as soon as possible. So 2 and 3 sort of have to be connected together. I don't see how we can split those, but 1 can absolutely be split. So is everyone comfortable with that?
Unless somebody doesn't want it ever to be public, even redacted.
Okay, well, I guess we can keep them split. All right, so yeah, we'll keep them all split then. So 1, 2, and 3 will be split for voting purposes. So Councillor Elliott, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just keep it short and sweet. As we discussed in private, I think there are too many ramifications that can cause challenges for this moving forward. Although I appreciate the intent behind it, I can't support it because of the potential, legal and ramifications of this. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I think the way I would look at this is that almost every decision we have has legal ramifications. And I think sometimes we can be a little scared to jump into something because of the legal risk versus identifying that there is risk, and that if this is approved, our administration and our legal team would have to go through and develop a plan that would help to minimize that risk. And for me, I'm comfortable with going down this option 2 piece, and you would have gathered it from the questions, which is that I think there is unfairly a trust issue that exists on project management in the city. And I will continue to say unfairly because I will continue to repeat the line that the vast majority of city projects finish on time and on budget. That has been the case since at least 2015, since we created the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department, since we overhauled project management, since the city auditor went through and determined that the project management approach is actually quite successful, since we had external validation from the University of Alberta and Stantec that our project management systems were very valuable. we've had all of those things, and yet sadly, there's this broader dynamic that exists, and I'm sure it's an issue that must exist in many cities. I can't imagine that Edmonton is unique, for that matter, on this. I think it's something that if you talked to probably councils across the country and in different areas, that would come up as an issue, because our projects are public, and a private company can go about their project without ever telling you a schedule. And you'll never actually know that a lot of private projects are behind schedule or over budget, because they don't have to share it. They have no requirement. And so we have that added layer of scrutiny that exists on the public and our administration. And I have no problem with that. That's great. I think it's important, and I'm glad we have this committee, and I do think it's an important step. My worry is, and part of why I would lean towards moving on option 2 now, is that I don't foresee infrastructure committee being drastically different than what the rule, than when we created the infrastructure department and actually created the quarterly check-in at council. So back in 2015 through 2018, when the PDDM model was created, along with that came a requirement to have a quarterly report on the status of our capital projects. Oddly, that had never actually been a requirement of council prior to that, which is another mind-boggling thing, but probably just a reminder of the evolution of how this work goes. And so it gave us a chance to ask questions about projects. It gave us a chance to single out specific pieces, not unlike what I think we have set up here, albeit in a more defined place, and being that it's at committee does allow more public participation, which I'm encouraged by. But at the end of the day, I want to believe that's going to change it, and I don't see it. And so I would like to have that expertise. I love having Mr. Beckett at Utility Committee. It has been an absolute delight, and I feel it gives us a lot of ability as a council and as a committee to relay that information back. To be able to say that, yes, even though we have amazing experts within our Integrated Infrastructure Services Department, and they are experts, they are people who have gone to post-secondary for the learnings, they have more skill set than I'll ever have. Being able to have that external validation, I think, helps every opportunity we have it. So I think to bring that on and to trust that our legal team can work through a risk mitigation approach of allowing that position to exist, that's why I would feel comfortable bringing along option 2. I hear the hesitation amongst my colleagues, and I appreciate that. And this is maybe just 12 years of never being able to seemingly break this, wanting to take maybe a few extra steps to help Edmontonians see what we all have known for a very long time, and now in place for over the last decade, which has been really encouraging because our teams do incredible work. I wish more Edmontonians knew about that work and understood the quality of their work. And I think this would give us a better opportunity to do that. So that's why I'm supporting option 2. I'll take the chair back.
You have the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jantz.
I will also be supporting option 2, and I agree with everything the mayor said. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. I will not be supporting option 2, even though I don't disagree with the majority of what was said about why there might be support for it. Look, I have a bad habit of scouring the social media of other cities. And I can tell you that there's absolutely nothing that is being said in the city of Edmonton that is not being said in every single other major city across Canada and the United States. It's always, I mean, there is a theme, and this tends to be how people feel. And probably because of the necessity for reporting, every city that I've ever looked at, and I do it pretty regularly, they worry about their transit, they worry about their snow clearing if they have winters, they worry about potholes. They worry about projects being on time and on budget, and it is consistent. And what I would say is that if we are worried about the reporting on projects being on time and on budget or not, perhaps that money could be better utilized in communications. Well, I have no problem with expert advice. I'm not sure if we need to have one on committee, because then why aren't we having one on community and public services? Why aren't we having one on executive? Why aren't we having one on urban planning, and so on and so forth? And it's because we have experts right in our administration. Utility committee it's a very unique thing, because it's a rarity where a councillor wears three hats: one as an EPCOR shareholder, one as a regulator, and one as a city council representing their folks. And so in this case, we don't have that issue. We don't need to look outward for the expertise that already exists within our admittedly excellent system and excellent roster of employees. So that's why I would not support this at this time. As Councillor Rutherford said, let's just see how this committee goes in the first place before we start deciding we need or don't need extra costs added to it. And so, you know, I totally understand the impetus and the thought behind it, but we could perhaps, you know, have a little bit more of a communications approach if the desire is to improve the clarity with which Edmontonians are seeing the work that is actually being carried out. And I think no matter what we do, there's still going to be the fact that the city isn't building these major projects. The city is contracting these major projects, and it's contract management. And when something is taking too long for our liking, that is actually already contained within a contract. You know, we don't like it, but TransEd, for example, was essentially on the hook for that extension. It wasn't the people of Edmonton. You know, these are maybe those are the things that need to be communicated more clearly, how we manage contracts and what the consequences are. For example, I get lots of emails when a new neighborhood and sidewalk is built out, and then later, you know, months later, that sidewalk might be torn up and a new one put in. Folks think that that's the city doing it. No, the city was holding the builder, the contractor, or the development company was holding the contractor to account. Those are the things that we could probably be communicating a little bit more clearly on. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I think option 2, looking for a technical advisor, is just too broad. I think it sort of equates to looking for that elusive, or in search of the elusive unicorn. What type of technical advice are we looking for? Is it for facilities? Is it for bridges? Is it for LRTs? I think it'd be an immense undertaking to try to find someone that has the experience that would be needed for all types of infrastructure projects that the city undertakes. So, I mean, that, you know, as well as some of the advice that we did receive in regards to conflict of interest that this potential person or potential advisor would have with the city projects, makes me not want to support this option 2, and I would rather just stay with option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate this coming, and it's a great discussion. I think for me, I think the timing just isn't right. I agree that I think we do have to communicate better, and I think we have a communication challenge, as many other councillors have said. But I feel like we've had a lot of change, like other councillors have said as well, like with the infrastructure committee, with the new DCM, with just ability to point to transparent information on the websites as well. And so I think for me, I think the answer is, I would want to say yes, but not yet. And so with that, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to jump on the board as I also won't be supporting option 2 and would prefer to stick with option 1. Again, I just keep coming back to that question of sort of what's the problem we're trying to solve or the gap that we're trying to fill, and what's the best tool to do that. And on my end, I'm not seeing the need at this time to bring on an external member. I really appreciate the points that were raised around the need for better communicating our infrastructure projects with the public, being able to have that external validation. But again, I don't see how the solution is bringing on that external advisor, because in my mind, as others have mentioned, that comes down to communication and having strong accountability mechanisms, oversight, reporting processes in place to build that trust, build that communication, and provide that clarity. Again, yeah, I feel that those mechanisms are in place, which means it's about communicating that work that's already happening. I also struggle with the parallels that are being drawn between the utility committee advisor and any potential advisor for infrastructure committee, just knowing that for utility committee, it's a really distinct role, highly regulated, technically complex, and trying to find someone with the breadth of knowledge that would be required to cover all infrastructure related conversations. I don't see how we would do that, and I don't see how we would do that in a way that isn't already incorporated into our process through administration. I do think there's an opportunity for strengthening engagement with external groups and various stakeholders who can offer valuable perspectives at infrastructure committee. And I think that's an area where we can have a conversation, and I think the committee setting is a really important venue for that dialogue, and that can be had through public members coming to speak. And yeah, I just want to appreciate administration's work on this and for being so diligent in flagging the risks that are present. And yeah, I'll leave it there, but would encourage colleagues to support option 1.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Tang to close.
Great. Thank you very much to everyone for a very robust discussion on this topic. I appreciate all the cautions and flags from administration. I thought you provided a really thorough analysis about the paths forward. I recognize that there are concerns, there are risks for sure, as we do on most issues that are brought to this table. But I also trust that if we were to move forward on this, administration and the legal department would develop structure and criteria for recruitment to mitigate those issues. I think this question around what is the problem we're trying to solve, and if the problem we're trying to solve is around changing public perception and narrative. Yes, communication is a tool, but it's been around for a very long time. I think we've upped our games, absolutely, but this is a gap that has been identified for a long time. And I appreciate the colleagues mentioning that maybe timing isn't right. Based on the discussion, what I also heard was that this will generate a report to kind of further dig into some of those issues. And then we can, it took six or 7 months for even this checkpoint to come in front of us. I have no doubt it would not happen tomorrow that option 2 will be implemented. So there will be time for the infrastructure committee to run its course, for perhaps some feedback to come through that to say, hey, are we, is this something that we want to kind of really land on? And I think by the time the report comes back, it's also a good opportunity to further have this conversation about, are there other ways to change the public perception and the narrative about city's infrastructure approach? Which I would say is one of the primary reasons why, I was compelled to move this in the first place. So I think timing, I actually think it works out. We don't have to wait because there will be a lag period anyways. So I'm encouraged that there are now greater participation. I think There are voices that are coming forward around infrastructure planning, delivery, implementation that hasn't really been coming forward in the past. We'll love to keep that up, but I also think that, we've been talking about, now we have an infrastructure committee, and that's kind of how we kind of get this word out there. Yes, but someone had to bring that idea forward. And it took time to implement that. That also didn't happen overnight. And so now I'm kind of suggesting, a different idea to do something different, very similar to when, Councillor Jans brought forward the idea of infrastructure committee to begin with. So I'm willing to give this a try, and I think it's worth exploring. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that motion is defeated 4-9. So that's point one, sorry, I think that was clearly understood by everyone. Sorry, now we're on number 2, which is the motion to keep in private. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. And then for point 3, which is the review and release a redacted version, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Perfect. Okay, so we have about 18 minutes. We have some folks here for 9-1, and I think it would make the most sense to at least get to go into private and then do the presentation on that. So let's take a motion.
I can move that we go in private, subject to sections 19, 26, 29, 30, and 32 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to go into private, subject to those sections of the Access to Information Act.
I just need one vote.
We're short of votes.
Councillor Jans, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. The room is getting cleared. We'll bring in the folks to do the presentation, and then what will happen
Okay, good afternoon. It's 1:30, so I'll call us to order. I'll do a quick roll call of colleagues. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
The mayor will be joining us shortly. Councillor Parmar. Councillor Paquette.
All fired up.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Wonderful. Well, we will turn now to our guests. Over to you. Thank you.
Afternoon. Afternoon, Council. So on behalf of the Edmonton Police Commission, we thank you for taking the time to meet with us today to discuss the Edmonton Police Services 2025 Annual Report. The Commission sees a lot of good things in this report, especially in terms of the progress made to improve public safety throughout the city. We see this being done through the police service's prudent investments in public safety to improve well-being and the perception of safety across the city. Of course, this didn't come as a surprise to us. Throughout the year, the Commission monitors police spending and the police service reports on its finances at our monthly public meetings. Responsible management of the police budget ensures efficient and effective policing is available to Edmontonians when they need it. This report also recognizes that EPS is being named again as one of Alberta's top employers. This was the 5th time the police service was named as a top employer, and our board finds it encouraging to see the EPS recognized for its dedication to employees. This, of course, is due in no small part to our new chief, Warren Dreichel, and police leadership across the organization. Next, I will speak to the police service's response to public safety issues facing our community. Last year's increase in crime demanded a clear, coordinated response, and the EPS answered with a comprehensive set of initiatives designed to protect our neighborhoods and restore public confidence. By prioritizing crime reduction and public safety, the EPS has aligned its day-to-day work with strategic goals, and the results are evident in this report. The Commission applauds the police service for deploying focused efforts on calls for service, traffic safety enforcement, domestic violence intervention, trauma-informed support services, and integrated police and crisis teams. These programs are producing measurable improvements across our community. One of the most promising efforts has been Project Unify, a targeted partnership between EPS and the City of Edmonton peace officers to reclaim safety on our transit network. This kind of progress shows what happens when strategy, collaboration, and presence come together, making safer streets, calmer riders, and a city moving forward. We would also like to highlight 2025 was the 3rd straight year in which use of force remained under 1% of interactions with the public, a clear indicator that our approach is both effective and respectful of the people we serve. Another encouraging trend is the steady decline in public complaints against police, which tells us public trust is being rebuilt. The police service is also removing barriers by expanding language support services, making it easier for people to connect, report concerns, and get help. In 2025, the EPS deepened its engagement with marginalized groups and the broader community, showing up where it matters and listening with intent. The Commission was pleased to attend 6 of EPS's open houses last year to meet residents, hear their perspectives, and reinforce that policing is a partnership and not a one-way street. Together, these steps are restoring confidence, improving access, and strengthening the bonds between police and the people they serve. Finally, moving on to recruitment efforts, the police service added 133 new constables and 7 experienced officers to its ranks. These are not just numbers, but new voices, new perspectives, and renewed resolve. By recruiting for both diversity and excellence, the EPS is building the trust, talent, and resilience our neighborhoods need to stay safe and to thrive. We are confident the police service will be able to keep recruiting, listening to residents, and delivering meaningful and measurable initiatives to improve safety for every resident, and we move forward together for a better Edmonton. Thank you, and I'll now turn it over to the police service for their presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henderson, and thank you to the members of City Council today and any other guests who have joined us today. Good afternoon. As the Chief of the Edmonton Police Service, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to highlight the extensive and ongoing work being done by our dedicated officers and civilians across the service. 2025 was a year of transition, but also one of meaningful progress. We saw the first significant improvement in perceived public safety since 2020. We reinstated the School Resource Officer Program in public schools and saw the rollout of the crime management program that focuses on making Edmonton safer through targeted, hotspot, and intelligence-led policing. Our progress is encouraging, but we know that there is still more to do. There's no end date or finish line when it comes to the pursuit of a safer city. These milestones position us well for 2026 and help lay the foundation for our next strategic plan and continued transformation at EPS. As Chief, my priorities are clear: improving service to the community, strengthening leadership accountability, and enhancing our effectiveness in crime management. While working on these priorities began last year, it will remain a strong focus in the years ahead. We have heard clearly from residents that despite a slight citywide decrease in crime severity last year, concerns remain particularly around public drug use, encampments, traffic safety, theft, and break-ins. We take this seriously. Public safety is not defined by statistics alone. It also includes how people feel and if they feel safe. Addressing both reality and perception is essential to building trust and confidence in policing. Now, keeping the community safe is always our top priority, but it is not something we can do alone. It relies on strong collaboration from the many partnerships we have in and around the city. The 2025 annual report illustrates the breadth of this work, from response times to resources and community partnerships, all of which support proactive policing in a growing city. This report also identifies the areas requiring continued focus. Building on the momentum, EPS will expand its crime management program while developing the 2027 to 2030 strategic plan, ensuring our priorities are data-driven, evidence-based, and aligned with community expectations. These efforts will help strengthen public safety, enhance accountability, and deliver measurable results that the community should see and feel. Across the service, our members remain committed to upholding our values of community connection, partnerships, and enforcement. The work demands resilience, and supporting the wellness of our members remains a priority. Finally, I'd like to thank the Edmonton Police Commission for their ongoing support. I will now introduce Brian Harker, Director of our Strategy and Innovation Branch, to walk through our annual report in more detail. And thank you to Brian, Lori Lorenz, and their team, and our external relations teams for their work in bringing this report together. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. We can progress to the next slide, please. So we're pleased to present our 2025 annual report to you today. Our annual report is in an online format that enables interactive content exploration. So what that means is it allows our stakeholders to interact with and navigate with the content that's most interesting to them. The version that you've been given is a PDF extract from that website, so there's both versions that you can interact with. Next slide. In 2025, our overall crime rate increased slightly following 2 years of decline. Growth in nonviolent offenses, including shoplifting, theft from vehicles, and mischief, were contributing factors to this increase. EPS carried out a range of activities in 2025 to strengthen our community safety. This included the expansion of our crime reduction plan to all 6 of our patrol branches, with a focus on identifying violent crime hotspots and our prolific offenders. Next slide. Edmonton's crime severity index showed a slight decline in 2025. Even though a slight increase was observed in violent crime, the broader trend was driven by less severe nonviolent crime taking place. Next slide. The majority of Edmontonians felt safe after dark in their communities at 70%. This is an increase over 2024 and 2023, and it marks the first increase in perceptions of public safety recorded by this survey since 2020, which is an encouraging sign. Next slide. The goals of our strategic plan, our current strategic plan, guide how we move forward as an organization to strengthen public trust through addressing crime, harm, and disorder. The annual report that you see is organized by these 5 goals, with the details of accompanying measures and initiatives for each. Next slide. Goal 1 aims to understand individual circumstances and ensure people are directed to the appropriate supports or enforcement pathways to enhance community safety. As we heard, violent crime rose slightly in 2025 when compared to 2024. EPS is addressing this through the implementation of our crime management and prevention plans. We're also working closely with the city on the blueprint for violence prevention, and this work supports and reinforces our EPS crime reduction plans and other priority initiatives. Nonviolent crime rose more, with notable increases in shoplifting, theft, and breach of probation. Traffic fatalities rose in 2025, driven by more pedestrian and motorcycle deaths, along with speeding and impaired driving. EPS continues targeted enforcement and supports the city's Vision Zero work through data sharing and coordinated safety initiatives. We're encouraged to see domestic violence occurrences have declined over the last 3 years, while charges laid have increased. Next slide, please. Calls for service have risen over the past 3 years, driven mainly by a sharp increase in officer-generated calls, showing officers are intervening earlier and more proactively. Our crime and trauma support services served more clients in 2025 due to improved internal awareness, better referral processes, and proactive file review that allowed earlier identification of suitable cases. Our police and crisis team referrals increased in 2025 after added provincial funding, expanded mental health clinician coverage to 7 days a week across all patrol branches, enabling more timely responses to mental health related calls. As we heard, our use of force incidents remain below 1% of public interactions and continue to decline, reflecting ongoing emphasis on de-escalation and enhanced training. Next slide, please. Goal 2 aims to develop meaningful partnerships with the right organizations to enhance community safety. EPS strengthened its evidence-based policing in 2025 by participating in 14 applied studies and hosted internal learning sessions where researchers shared findings. These insights informed work on member wellness, training, risk assessment, crime reduction, and equity, diversity, and inclusion. Partner-provided social worker support remained steady in 2025, including 12 branch navigators, 2 teams leads, and 1 navigator assigned to White Avenue beats. Next slide, please. Goal 3 is about EPS's active efforts to enhance two-way listening and learning between the service and Edmontonians. EPS strives to incorporate stakeholder feedback and learnings into service improvements. Public and substantiated complaints have continued to decline since 2023, indicating stronger community relationships, improved de-escalation training, and increased transparency and accountability. Use of our language support services have increased in 2025, supported by faster interpreter access, wider use of the Live Interpreter app, and clear guidelines for frontline staff. EPS increased engagement with marginalized communities in 2025, with more events hosted and attended by the Community Relations section. Our total social media engagement rose significantly in 2025, although the engagement rate declined slightly due to how the platforms that we interact with report on the data that they give back to us. Next slide, please. Goal 4 focuses on encouraging a culture of innovation, continuous improvement, efficient use of resources, and ensuring all areas across the EPS work together as one team. EPS deployed 22 new technological solutions in 2025, including automated disclosure tools, interview room upgrades, lifecycle replacements, and mapping modernizations. EPS tested real-time officer location mapping and detailed indoor transit maps to improve safety and speed response in complex transit environments. EPS expanded body-worn camera use and upgraded digital evidence systems to meet provincial standards, improving accountability and the management of video evidence. Next slide, please. Goal 5 focuses on supporting the well-being of EPS employees and promoting an inclusive workforce and environment that fosters diversity and talent development. EPS's enhanced recruiting and training approach continues to strengthen community relationships and reduce barriers for underrepresented applicants. The 2025 recruit classes were diverse, most holding post-secondary education with strong representation from women, Indigenous applicants, racialized groups, and multilingual candidates. Sworn member attrition remained stable in 2025, while civilian attrition declined. Workforce data, engagement feedback, and operational experience provided valuable insights into evolving employee needs across the organization. Next slide, please. In terms of moving forward, as the chief mentioned, in 2026, we'll focus on the citywide formal launch of the crime management program. 3 initiatives will directly support this, including our virtual investigations, ComStat, and Peregrine. We'll also be focused on implementing our leadership framework to continue developing strong leaders at EPS. Service excellence will be a focus area for us in 2026 and beyond. This means improving how we deliver our services in the most timely and meaningful ways. We'll continue our focus on enhancing both community engagement and employee wellness. We'll also continue our work in partnership with the City of Edmonton on the Blueprint for Violence Prevention. We're making great progress with this work with numerous key partners around the governance table. As we progress, we'll work to establish shared priorities to address and prevent violence in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Great. We'll go to questions from colleagues. Did you select the item? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Tang first.
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to start maybe with the chair's letter, and I'll start with the chair, if that's okay. I'm assuming the letter represents all of commission and was circulated to incorporate all feedback. I see head nodding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess maybe start really high level. Given kind of what's in front of us, given the additional information you receive outside of this discussion, what are you most looking forward to in the next strategic planning for the next cycle? Curious what stage we're at, and what changes could we expect from the strategic goals and priorities? I know it's very preliminary, but any comment would be helpful.
It is. I mean, we're sort of in draft form going into the final stage of the strategic plan. I think we're hoping it'll be done in the next month or so, but the service probably has a better sense of that timing than I do. It will look familiar, I think, from the previous strategic plan, but there are some adjustments and changes to it that I think are responsive to where we are and some of the things you see in this report about what we need to focus on next.
Okay.
So,
Great.
yeah, it's hopefully we'll have it out soon, and then there'll be a business plan for next year that will follow that.
Okay, so we'll see something soon.
Yeah.
In your letter, you mentioned a lot of positive areas. I guess I'm wondering where in this current report, 2025, we still have one more year to go, where do you feel it fell short? Like, what are some gaps that's not there?
I don't know so much of it's about falling short. I think things are changing in the city and have changed. I think we've gone through the last 4 years since COVID has been a strange one. I think for policing, not just for policing in general. So I think there are still things that are shifting out there. I think the perception of safety, I think, is something that we're keenly, and I think the service is keenly aware of, that it takes focus. Mm-hmm. And that perhaps is different than what we would have been dealing with 5 or 6 years ago.
Okay.
And questions of disorder and things like that are things that we still have to get our handle on in order to create those perceptions of safety. So I think that's, I think the service would have, Chief probably would want to weigh in on that, but I think that's what I think we'd like to see continue to focus on.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think there's a couple things. We've seen the landscape change, and even the structure of some of our grants that support some of our programs, which were aligned with some of our strategies, has changed. So therefore, it changes kind of a different perspective of how the service can use those grants. So I look at our urban strategy grant as an example. Has been restructured by the province. Some of the things that we're delivering under there are changing. So again, we're kind of reactive to kind of those grants that support police programs.
Yeah, and I get like some of the perception of safety goes beyond what we're talking about today in the room. So I appreciate that. One more thing, and I probably need a couple rounds because I do want to dig into the report. One more area that's changing outside of everybody here is around creating, like public complaints will have to go through provincial bodies, adding another layer of bureaucracy. How do you feel it will impact police service and public trust? Either would be great.
I think the hope is that, that it will increase public trust ultimately. It's out of our hands, I mean, it's very much, we're now 3 months into the new system. I think they're trying to get things going. They're reporting to us fairly regularly, and we're trying to deal with those. So I don't, I think it was a choice about sort of trying to remove us from that complaints process somewhat, and hopefully, if it works, it'll increase confidence. I think it's really too early to tell.
So you're optimistic, cautiously?
I don't think there's any reason not to be
Good.
optimistic
Okay.
at this point, but we're watching it very carefully.
One more question, just more higher level. Good to see the strong recruitment numbers. Wondering about any turnover, because I don't think I saw that necessarily. Are those increasing at all or decreasing? Officers on leave. I don't know if you can talk about that. What's the trend there?
I think probably have to let service.
No, I can probably answer. There's two things we're tracking for attrition: is time and service attrition, so people that are leaving before they're pensionable. Those numbers are still pretty well the same. So
Okay,
we're not,
so
we're not,
steady.
yeah, and we do have a bit of an attrition bubble coming that we're planning for, where, it based on when people can retire from policing in the province of Alberta. We go back 23 years ago, we hired a bunch of people. So they're all becoming eligible for promotion at one time. So we're tracking that. And we're taking a look, what are our retention strategies in terms of making sure that we can kind of flatten that bubble out somewhat.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the report. I went online and did the interactive one. It's really good. So I do have a question about just our comparison to the rest of the province and to the region when it comes to the crime severity and crime rate. And we're trending a little bit higher. We don't have all the data for 2025 from Alberta, but looks like we had a spike up. I don't know if they'll spike up, but looking at the crime severity, what would you attribute our higher, and it's not a lot higher, but a percentage higher amount of crime severity to?
Yeah, there's a couple things. We've seen a couple of series and crime series that have led to higher crime severity. We talk about Project Gaslight and some of the extortion files that have been going on in the city. Obviously, that has an impact. The CSI is always based on the severity of crimes, so as we have more, that drives it up. So you'll see those spikes when we have those things. We've also obviously seen, again, just an increasing population is creating more demand on the police service and more reporting of crime. So again, those are some of the spikes. Generally, we also know that given some of the time of year and what we're seeing, we have seen more assaults, more weapon complaints. Again, those will lead to a higher crime severity index. So those are things that we're aware of and things that we're tracking. So.
Okay, and then people might look at this chart, they'll see the Canada trend line under the crime severity index, and they'll be like, well, gee, that seems pretty low, but I would assume it's because Canada isn't just measuring big cities, they're measuring all sorts of municipalities that have very low incidence.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the trend line in front of me. I'm looking at our own incidents within Edmonton.
Yeah, no, it's just on the crime severity index chart. It's a gray line. But I guess the next question then is, just within Alberta, we are trending a little higher. I'm assuming the lower trend is because of the rural and lower incidents per 100,000. But I'm just wondering, like, if we really wanted to see something like that go down, that's kind of out of our control, I would assume. Like, we respond, we can set up good situations and scenarios, but this is a reflection of, like, human nature?
I think there are some things we can control. Part of the crime management plan is about putting our police officers where we know we have higher rates of incident of crime, and we focus on violence.
Okay.
So aggravated assaults that we're seeing, assaults with the weapons, those kind of events, like those are occurring, especially in our downtown core, driving up some of those numbers. So I think that's part of why we're developing this crime management plan, hotspot policing where we can be and taking a look at that. So I think some of it is controllable.
Okay.
But you're right. I mean, when you look at the provincial standard or the provincial numbers, it's other cities aren't dealing with what we're dealing with right now. So.
Yeah, and so one thing I do want to mention is that I've heard from across demographics in my communities that people are really, really happy about higher visibility. And I'm just wondering if you're noticing if that's making a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing in some areas for sure, like we talked about especially around, I guess it's Heritage, Southgate Mall, where we've done those things. We drove crime down to 0 reported events within a week, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so obviously, one thing that we will never hear the end of because it's where people congregate is LRT stations across the entire line. And so I assume you're going to be increasing visibility in those hotspots as well.
Yeah, I would just caution, we've only got 50 officers dedicated to transit, so we will do what we can, and I think that's part of our goal to look at that stratified policing model, unified command, and ensuring that we have the right resources at the right time in those places, so.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if we wanted to decrease the number of non-serious crime, would that be a place where we could see an impact?
I think we'd have that impact. We know that when we focused on some of the transit stations and done small sprints of kind of crime management in those areas, we drive crime down. We know that when our police officers are present, we see a decline in reported crime, specifically around violence. The one thing, too, that we're tracking is that public perception safety through some of our real-time sentiment surveys, that people feel safer as well when we're around, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the report. I want to follow up on the recent announcement around hotspot policing. I was hearing some questions just in terms of the geography. I think at first people were thinking that was downtown specific, but I think I'm understanding it's more, again, sort of that hotspot dispersion across the city.
Yeah, that's correct. We announced, obviously, Churchill Square and focusing downtown because we've heard a lot of that. But it is also focusing in all of our divisions, including around Stony Plain Road, Southgate, Capilano, some of those areas.
Great. Well, and so I am assuming that citizen feedback is really important in terms of identifying those hotspots. Just wondering, how can residents best get involved in businesses in terms of reporting? Do they report that to the non-emergency line? How do they help ensure that you have the data that you need?
Yeah, great question. We want the public to report crime. The current avenue that they have is through the non-emergency line or our online reporting portal. Now, we also recognize that those are not the greatest for reporting crime right now. That's why we're looking at within our service strategy of what do we do to change kind of the wait times on our non-emergency line, a new online reporting tool. We've asked for that by the end of this year, hopefully. I think we want to compel people to obviously report crime because the data will drive where we go. The last thing we're using a tool called Zen City to kind of get real-time public sentiment from targeted neighborhoods, how people feel.
Okay. And is there still, is there an interface with the city's 311 in terms of reports on encampments, other, Okay.
Yes, you bet.
Then how are we going to be sort of circling back to folks as well to sort of measure that success, communicate success? How do we look at that?
There's probably two focuses. One, again, is when we use that Zen City tool, it can target specific neighborhoods based on addresses, and we can ask people those questions. So do they feel a change? Do they see a difference? So that was part of the strategy. The other one is just continue our, public campaign, both like through social media, online, as well as town halls and getting out in the public. A big part of what we're doing is reinvigorating that kind of community policing model where we have police officers embedded in the community. So again, there's that personal connection to businesses and residents and institutions that can give us that feedback personally.
Great. And I know one concern that I hear from folks is, when we see one hotspot being focused on, then behavior sometimes shift to another. So again, just wanting to understand that this is a responsive model, that a geography isn't locked in, that as things start to spike in another area, we do shift over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. And the focus is kind of focus on those areas of hotspot, but also track displacement to see if we're displacing crime to other areas. So that's a big part of the strategy. And ensuring, when I talk about accountability in the organization, is that we're looking at that somebody is responding to those events. Great.
And again, closely integrated with some of the referrals ongoing, that piece is staying even in this model.
Yep.
Great. Another one that's always of great interest for the folks I represent is around calls for service. So really appreciate that data being shared and having that in there as a benchmark. It really strikes me that, looking at the actual call response times for the P1 to 3, it's pretty steady over the 3 years that we have data for, but the perceptions are decreasing. So wondering if you've dug into that to understand that perception and what approaches might be being taken.
We haven't specifically dug into that. It is something we measure regularly. When we dig into things with communities, we're more so focused on the outcomes of what we achieve when we're involved with them, and less in terms of how quickly we're able to get there. So it's more of a comprehensive view of what are we accomplishing when we do attend those calls for services in terms of sustainably creating solutions to drive crime and other disorder down.
Okay, well, and I wonder too, because I mean, I you know, it is one of the questions in terms of perception of responding quickly. I'm wondering, is it possible that there are shifting dynamics sort of in the P4s and below that is maybe impacting in terms of how people are feeling?
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of fatigue, and we hear that as well, right? Unreported crime, we understand that that's something that's going on. People are tired of it. They feel, you know, we're not being responsive, so why bother calling? So that's, again, within our service strategies, kind of roll out those new tools to kind of rebuild that confidence in reporting crime.
Including something online and the virtual investigations?
Correct, yes.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. Let's see. I've got a few things. So I know, I appreciate the work that's been done with traffic safety, and I know as part of your strategic goals is to partner and advocate. You've been working with our Vision Zero team, looking at automated enforcement in certain areas again?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for that. I also noticed in the meantime, you're using unmarked vehicles to pull over people on 17th Street. Love it. Thank you very much. And I'm just wondering, with 32 fatalities last year, are we doing better this year to date?
It's early. You know, it's nice weather. People are traveling. We're seeing speeds again increase. Motorcycles are back on the road. Obviously, you know, as we presented, you know, our concern is obviously pedestrian and motorcycle collisions. I think that the trend is kind of the same so far. And again, it's something that we're obviously focused on. I can say that a big part of our crime management strategies, again, is to compel, propel, advocate for the writing of more tickets. You're seeing our members are writing more tickets year over year. But we're not seeing the change in driver behavior.
No, okay. Any ideas how we can change things?
Yeah, I think it really does come down to, you know, I think police enforcement and enforcement on traffic offenses in those high locations is important, right? And, you know, we know that we have areas where people are traveling speeds where we used to see people traveling 10 kilometers over the speed limit, and they're now doing 20.
Okay.
Right, so we're seeing a change in driver behavior in the city that is leading to more serious and dangerous collisions.
Okay. And I think part of that enforcement is making sure that we have the officers available, sworn members. And I think we're sort of ahead of the game in 2025, as far as if I'm looking at the report. So in your report, it's got 140 new members. And then in the annual report, what is it, the variances report, you only saw 79 members leave. So we're kind of ahead of the game for 2025. Does that bring us up to date on 2024?
Yeah, our attrition since September of last year is down. More people are staying, and I think there's many reasons for that. But yeah.
Okay, including yourself?
I would hope so.
Okay, thank you. And again, looking at the variance report too, I also see like some of the expenses for overtime in 2025 were due to the playoffs, the G7 summit, and I guess what is it, the econ branch that. But now we have no playoffs, with no G7 summit, and we've hired on a new. I think how many were in the graduating class for econ?
Yeah, I don't know for certain.
Okay.
We're probably around 250, 260 employees within econ.
Okay, so things are improving there too, I hope. And the other thing, that I've had concerns from residents in regards to us not being able to enforce things like parking bans because there's no room at the impound lot. what's the turnover rate of vehicles that are held there? Like, because they go to auction every month, right?
Yeah, I might have to turn this over to CAO Kevin Colby for a second on some of the logistics, but I'll just say this, is that we know that that's a problem right now. And a lot of the carryover vehicles is attributed to the overflow yard that we used to use that is now being used as a staging site for construction equipment for the Yellowhead Construction Interchange. So that is actually probably going to be relieved in a couple months, and we'll have that space back to be able to put vehicles in that space. So,
okay. And Mr. Colby, you?
Yeah, just to build on, thanks Chief, to build on the point there, the Yellowhead project is going to release about 56,000 square feet to us on June 1st, which will allow for approximately another 150, 175 vehicles in the tow lot. With that will, I'm in direct communications with David Jones from Bylaw. I know their backlog of vehicles now is about 650.
And
so
how many get released from the lot through auction every month?
I don't have those numbers, but the vehicles are released every 30 days. So what I'm saying is we're working directly with them to start bringing some of those 650 vehicles in over the course of the next month once that space opens up for us in June.
Okay, my time is almost up. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Jans, we have some guests here. I got to say hi to them very quickly. They're sitting on the stairs, but now excited to welcome them here, which is the grade 6 class from Kensington School. That is in Ward Anilnik. And your city councillor is Councillor Aaron Rutherford right there, who's very excited to see you, as we all are. Their teacher, R. Barnes. Where's their teacher? There we are. Hello. Good. So you are on a tour. Are you doing a mock city council? Yes. Did you do one already? Oh, where's our mayor? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us what you discussed? We'd love to hear what you discussed and what you decided. Come on down to that podium there. First of all, you can let us know your first name, Mayor.
My name is Zachariah.
Akadea?
No, Zachariah.
Zachariah. Zachariah. Holy jeez, I'm not listening. Okay, Zachariah. Thank you. Mayor Zachariah, pleasure to have you here. What did your class decide?
So we discussed why the city of Edmonton should limit the tree removal to already deceased trees.
Oh, limit tree removal to already deceased trees. And what was the final decision of your council?
It didn't pass. The motion has been defeated.
Oh, motion was defeated. What was the vote?
3-11.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, council's going to be discussing this again soon, too. So, very excited. Thank you very much for being here today, both to yourself, Mayor, and to the entire class. Welcome to City Hall. It's a pleasure to have you all. All right. Well, we'll continue on with our questions of our team here from Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Police Commission with Councillor Jans next.
Thank you. In our fiscal gap report and in some of the other conversations we've had, we can't talk about policing without this whole conversation about the region and all of Northern Alberta, including why are more people brought here from incarceration and elsewhere and brought to Edmonton streets. I was wondering what engagement the Police Commission or the Police Service has had thus far in this provincial police conversation, and if the service has thoughts or is there a engagement in either a provincial police force, a regional police force, anything like that? Is this a hostile idea and an idea you're open to?
The commission has not engaged on this so far. Specifically, I don't know the service.
May I ask, have any municipalities who are thinking of concluding their relationship with the RCMP, have they approached the commission?
Not the no, nothing formally.
Okay. I don't know if the chief wants to respond either or has thoughts or.
We are talking to the Alberta Provincial Police Service. We have an MOU with them to share some of our training materials, and that is it.
I noticed over the last 3 years, proactive police time has gone up 4%, which is great. But I'm just wondering then, are we seeing a relationship to the patrol board, the dashboard of, are we getting to zero on that, of calls outstanding? If we have more proactive police time, is it a matter of our patrol now being assigned calls to go to, or is,
Yeah, we're doing both. So in some cases, we're seeing some of those boards get down to zero at times when we haven't seen that, so that is a positive. The other thing we've done is within the crime management plan is as we're creating tasks and things that we want the members to do, we've created a new designation of call. I won't get into the numbers, but we can now put those calls on the board for dispatch for members to go. And there are things like doing curfew checks, being in this area at this certain point. So it's a very pedantic kind of directive approach to that crime management plan. So yeah, we're seeing those member-generated and service-generated events.
so, is this in turn, because if there's still calls on the board, then I would imagine we can't be proactive. That doesn't count as proactive time. Like, is proactive time, how do we classify proactive time?
Proactive time is when they're dedicated to one of those crime management tasks. So it's not like a dispatch call for service in response to the public, so that isn't correlated that way. The other one is when they're self-generating calls or they're booking off self-directed activities in certain regions. So those are our proactive events. Now, if you have a car, and I guess it gets to be a little bit of semantics, but if you have a car or a unit that's just driving around a neighborhood and not on anything, we're not counting that as proactive time at this time. It's just more free time, but they are doing some preventative work in those locations.
Right. Broadly, how do we measure productivity of patrol, and how do we benchmark this against other jurisdictions or the RCMP or others?
There's several ways. One is we look at the response times to calls. So how quick are they responding to calls? We look at how often calls are staying on the board for dispatch, especially if more emergent priority. We also look at the number of calls and events that members and dispatch units will take in a shift. Now it gets a bit tricky because the complexity or severity of the events doesn't really, you can't identify it by the title. They may go to a trouble with person call, which notionally sounds like minor, but it turns into something more serious. If they're dealing with lodged arrest, those things would take more time. So we are measuring those things, and I think that's a big topic of conversation we're having around crime management is setting those KPIs and what it is we're going to do to measure that performance. So we haven't established that yet, but it's well within the strategy. So,
okay, managing overtime. I believe in 2021, one of the highest paid cops took home $80,000 in overtime, and to me that's concerning financially, but also just from a wellness perspective. I don't want anybody billing 200%. So, how are we looking at overtime controls, policies, all of that?
There's several. So there's a report that comes out every month to the leadership team that identifies not only expenditure of overtime by bureau, it also identifies our high flyers. We also monitor through we call it early intervention. So early intervention tracks member activity, and it's really intended to look at, what is a member doing and should we flag them for some kind of wellness initiative, but that overtime also sits within there where they look at that and assess that impact as you're suggesting. So.
Okay, I won't have time for another question.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission and Chief, for the presentation. Got a question in regards, talking about clearance rates. Are clearance rates considered like you get charges, or is that convictions? Are you able to explain the difference in what a clearance rate represents?
It's the charge. It's not the conviction that we would be looking at for a clearance rate.
And follow up on that, do you have any documentation or numbers in regards to how conviction rates are turning out, given the, I'll say, challenges within the courts?
Yeah, I can weigh in on this. So there's a couple things we track. It's a very labor manual process we have to do to kind of determine convictions. We're not automatically notified. There's not just a data file that we can pull to look at that. You literally have to go through all the events to kind of look and log into the provincial system and look at each one independently. So that's something we're working with the government to try to figure that out. I think when we talk about recidivism, we talk about not just clearance rates, but convictions. It's important data to have. We just don't have it readily available right now.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I know we talked about traffic fatalities. It looks like they're going up. Are EPS and AACP still, I'll say, advocating with the government to try to return photo radar?
We're definitely advocating for kind of those enhanced authorities. So where we can support the city on high impact or collision locations, where to support automated enforcement, we're definitely supporting that, and we do that with our data. The other one is we continue to advocate for that over 50 seizure. So legislation where we can seize vehicles that are traveling in excess of 50 kilometers over the speed limit.
Okay, thank you. Project Unify, I know is working with transit. I'd like to see if you can get some insight on the pros and cons, I guess, working with transit. And because one thing I like to bring up is right now, transit needs permission to handcuff somebody. Transit doesn't have the authority to, or not authority, they're instructed not to seize any weapons. Given that the relationship working with transit, do you offset some of those issues or those limitations that transit cannot do?
Yeah, I think the unified command in transit is necessary given what we're dealing with, and exactly for those reasons. There's a couple. One is the authorities under a peace officer can only detain. They need to turn that detain over to a police officer to continue the rest, where we can now continue the rest. So you create duplication in the system. I think it's one of the challenges. There's some challenges from a technology standpoint in terms of the radio channels and access to classified information. So that's something that we're maneuvering and navigating as well with our partners at the city. There's also some issues like when we talk about the seizure and submission of drugs and drug exhibits. You know, when we look at some of the drugs, the lethality that we're dealing with, fentanyl and stuff like that, we need to be, whether it's peace officer, police officer, properly prepared with the proper PPE and some place they can take those drugs. So again, I think there's some challenges for both parties when we deal with that, and we're called upon often, obviously, for that. You know, and also when you look at the deployment of specialized equipment, especially within the use of force, there's certain things that police officers have that currently the transit peace officers do not have. And again, that's a necessary thing when you're dealing with somebody of a certain level of assailant or resistive that, you know, again, that the police are called upon that are necessary to deal and affect those arrests.
Okay, thank you. And I'm jumping all over the place here, Chief, and I know I got limited time. SROs, it's nice to see the SROs back, and I just want to know, are there, because how many schools are currently in the Edmonton public carrying those, and are they looking to expand as well, like as we move forward?
Yeah, so when I look at public, we are in, looks like 13 high schools, 8 junior highs within the public system. And I do believe there's a request for 2 more, I think, don't quote me exactly on that, but I believe there's a request for 2 more in the next school year. Okay.
My final question, given the time, is I know you were rated a top employer for the 5th time in a row, and once upon a time we used to have the accreditation, and that the EPS moved away from. I guess the question is, how beneficial is it to apply and do the work in regards to the top employer credit, top employer? Because every company has to pay a fee, submit paperwork, do a lot of investment into getting a package ready to submit. And I just want to find out, are the pros and cons of getting the top employer?
We are actually assessing that right now. I think that there are some pros when people apply to an organization and they see that, but it is very time consuming. And so we are assessing right now if it's actually something we will proceed with next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks so much for the report. Maybe just to start, I appreciated seeing some more of the detailed data around calls for service and response times. I guess just noticing, as was mentioned earlier, it's sort of been steady between years. What are the target ranges that you typically aim for response times, and like where are we hitting in relation to those ranges?
We don't have an established target, and there isn't one known that we can look at, but we do monitor them. So when we look at sort of that consistency across, and if there's something going on and we see that, then we would look into it and address it.
Okay, and can you provide, like, I know we saw sort of a snapshot of the last 2 years. Is there a longer term trend that you can speak to around response times? I apologize if I missed that.
We only do have, we're reporting on 24-25. We have historical data, but we don't report on it through the annual report here.
Are you able to share just like verbally, has it been fairly consistent? Have we seen that trending upwards?
Relatively consistent, yeah.
We used to actually Like, it's been actually a long conversation with response times. It used to have a target of 7 minutes, but it hasn't, that wasn't like valid. And we couldn't, that was just basically asking, you know, the public is always going to want you to get there faster. So around that mark that you're seeing in 24, 25, like, it has gone up, but it has been staying consistent around that time frame.
Okay.
Those minutes, yeah.
I was just going to suggest, I think, again, this talks a lot about that, what I was talking about, setting those KPIs for performance. You know, not locking into a specific number, but in real time assessing the severity of crime. What are we doing? How quick are we getting there? And it kind of aligns with that service strategy we're trying to roll out, so.
Okay, that's helpful context. With the virtual investigations, has that been in place for about a year now? June 2025, I think?
It actually started as a pilot during the pandemic.
Okay.
And so it just carried on through, and now we're just building out kind of a more sustainable plan for it.
Okay, and are we seeing, or is it too early to start seeing some, I guess, of the anticipated relief or officers being freed up through the implementation of that?
There's a couple things we're seeing. So I think the first is we are seeing that relief where calls are not now being dispatched for physical dispatch. So, you know, that accounts for, you know, about 10,000, I believe it was, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, per year that we're now not dispatching to patrol that we would otherwise. The other thing is we're seeing is, and it sounds odd, but like when in the space of several days, you may have a whole bunch of different police officers responding to crimes, right? And it's only latently or delayed that you kind of identify that they are related. What we're seeing now is that within the virtual investigation, certain crime types, we're identifying series and trends sooner. And, you know, there's one example where we had one of our virtual investigations investigators identify several break-and-enters that were related much earlier than we normally would have in the current state.
Great, that's really good to hear. Just looking at my time, I'm going to switch to a different topic. So the referrals to the PAC team, looks like those have increased in 2025 due to expanded capacity funded through GOA. Is that continuing?
Yeah, we're going to definitely try. I mean, those grants, again, those always put certain risk to programs, but we're going to continue to try to develop those grants to, you know, create sustainable. I would say that based on the data, if we find that, say, the grant is closed, we would have to assess, could we redeploy the resources if there's value to that program?
Okay, for the help interactions, it looks like, again, help interactions are also up, and just a really important off-ramp for folks to be able to connect in with social services, health, community resources. I guess, is there anything you can share around, like, when we go downstream, capacity for those kinds of handoffs and those kinds of connections into those supports? What are you finding?
Yeah, I think it's still disconnected a bit. You know, there's a lot of people that we see that repeat clients for the help team, right? So obviously they're not getting the supports on the backside. It's causing us to shift our focus a little bit. We talk about the community action table from an accountability perspective, who's doing what, specifically talk about those repeat individuals that need constant support. I just had a meeting this morning with the Canadian Mental Health Association to talk about how we can plug into them, and we're developing some other strategies with Recovery Alberta in terms of setting up a center. We can take people to kind of slow things down, assess their needs, and make sure they're getting connected to the right parties. So
Great. I'm not going to have time for my next one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, thanks. I was kind of thinking about some of my colleagues' questions around traffic enforcement and such, and kind of the idea of dealing with traffic that way. I guess, and then I was kind of thinking about the proactive time spent for members, and it looks like it's going up, which is great, because this is what all I hear about from people is that we want to see more EPS on the streets in our neighborhoods and stuff. So is there an ideal proactive time spent, like percentage-wise?
yeah, I can't arbitrarily give you a number. I would love to see our members just present, especially in those hot spots more often and engaging. You know, I think that, again, that speaks to those KPIs. We'll start to see the data, what's working, where do we see reductions based on our presence. I think that'll help guide us out of those things, but I don't have any numbers right now.
No. Okay, cool. And then I was like, and kind of related to, is like, you know, during the election and such too, and once in a while I hear from members as well that have told me, EPA's told me that, you know, members are doing too much out of scope and not enough just policing. Is that, I guess, yeah, is that something that you think about too, or?
Yeah, I think about it often. I mean, one of my mantras is, what does it look like at 2 in the morning? right? And oftentimes the police are the only resource really there at that time. And, you know, we end up picking up a lot of those pieces. That's why it's trying to develop some of these models and strategies where if we come across somebody that's not necessarily a police thing, how can we detain them or deal with them or hold them to a set time that we can now, you know, make sure that they're properly handed off to the right parties. You know, it goes without saying there's a ton of demand on all the systems, and I think that that's where, as we start talking about the community action tables and some of those different strategies we're developing, is that other parties are coming to the table, and the key word is accountability, so that they are involved and we can track what they're doing and ensure that they're, you know, stepping up where they're needed and taking that burden off police.
Sure. Is there something that we can do to help with that as well?
You know, how much time do we have? Well, I would suggest,
3 minutes.
You know, the one thing for me, I think, is crisis diversion. It's like, where are we, how can we be more effective with crisis diversion right now? So oftentimes, and this is, you know, this is a ongoing conversation I'm having with REACH, and we're talking about the role of crisis diversion. Oftentimes, and I think most people around this table have heard this, is they'll get called to come deal with something or deal with someone. They either don't have the authorities or they're very delayed in getting there. So the next option becomes call the police. And that's not probably an appropriate or best use of police resources, but we will end up going there. The challenge is, what do you do with those individuals? So I think that that is one thing that I would ask and call upon City Council, is like, review what is the crisis diversion role in the city, how is that being funded, and what are the priorities that they can establish.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you, Mayor Knack. I just want to dive into the citizen perception survey results, because I always say kind of perception is reality, right? Especially when it comes in policing and feeling safe. So when we look at the 2025 numbers, we got about 52% of Edmontonians have confidence in EPS. The number hasn't really changed that much from 2023. So I just kind of want you to take, like, what's a realistic metric we get to in like 2030, right? And then second part of that is, are we kind of confident with some of the goals that we outlined in the report, like especially number 2 with partners and advocating, and number 3, connect, evolve, and sharing? Are those kind of ways that we can kind of help get that perception number to a different number?
Yeah, I think whenever we see an upward trend in that, I think that's the positive sign. You know, you touch on a really important concept, is that, you know, trust and confidence are very different. There's high trust, but what we see is declining is confidence in policing. And it's a big thing, because it's not just our response times, it's our effectiveness in closing or dealing with offenders, ensuring that recidivist offenders are dealt with, people feel safe. And then there's even the complexity of the justice system, that people are held accountable. Unfortunately, the police are always the front line of that, so they see these things that they are unhappy with within the continuum, and it points at the police. So I think it's working effectively for us. Is be visible, be engaging, get back to that community policing kind of model, less reactive, more proactive, working with our partners to ensure that the justice system is, you know, progressing the way it should, that people are being held accountable. And I think all those things will increase those numbers. You know, there's always going to be a group that are never happy with the police regardless. But I think that, you know, we can look to improve those. And I don't know what the number is, what our goal is. I don't think we've set that. But I think it's an important thing that we track, and it's part of that measurement of how people feel in their community.
Okay, I hear you on that. Just kind of sticking with the survey, the feeling of safety number, well, that's a bit better, right? It's about 70% on that, feeling good or safe after dark. I'm just saying, do you have that kind of broken down a little bit? I'm sure you do, probably more specific to like ward, community, hotspots, and what those numbers would be.
Yes, we do. We break it down by geography. Through that survey methodology that you're seeing the results of, we're limited in how we can go into the details of that. Through our Zen City tool, we are able to drill down, and it's actually organized through our branches, and we can see more details about what's going on, how things are progressing within certain geographies, and that plays directly into how those branches plan for the future in terms of their crime management activities, of what's the public saying, what's the crime data saying, what's our course of action to resolve those things.
And that would feed into part of the data for the hotspots and really identifying those locations, correct?
100%, yes.
Okay, that's all I got right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I guess I want to start with, is there change? So you have PAC and you have HELP. Is there changes happening with HELP for 2026?
there is a change to the urban strategy grant that funds the help teams.
Okay.
You know, we're kind of working with the government as well as our partners and what those changes are. Now, help will still be providing the same type of service, fundamentally dealing with, you know, those that aren't necessarily a justice response, those that need off-ramping or some kind of connection to services. But the urban strategy grant is structured in a way now that it moves more to that Recovery Alberta model and less away from the harm reduction model.
Okay, does help only deal with stuff around addictions? I thought it dealt with broader spectrum
Yep.
of stuff. So the recovery model is good for addictions, but there's a huge scope of other.
Yeah, I think it's everything from addictions to people living on the street. Mental health is a big part of it.
Yeah.
People that are, you know, in encampments, those kind of things. So trying to be very pedantic and focused on those individuals, yeah.
Okay, so, because I went on a ride along, and thank you for helping to the commission and EPS for that in the Northwest Division. And it wasn't lost on me that every call that we responded to had some sort of social component, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's mental health, whether it was, you know, the spectrum of even poverty and income, all of those things. So, and it seemed like a lot of times the police, like what was said by Councillor Morgan, like the police are having to spend a lot of time on stuff. Like that's what it really struck me. So are we able through, you know, the increased in funding through the funding formula to scale up things like PAC or help in 2026?
It's not part of our current strategy right now. And, you know, I think the goal needs to be first, and I'll say this, is like a police response first, right? And assess once we go there to determine, to your point, like there's mental health, there's probably addictions, there's affordability, all those issues involved in everything. It is not just strictly can't be a help response. There needs to be a police response to a lot of those. And that
well, help has a police officer with the social worker.
Yes, but
Yeah.
if you're asking, we can scale up to that extent. I'm not sure that's within our plan right now. It's more to get more policing on the front line is our goal right now.
Okay, and I guess what is the commission's thoughts on that? That it's not a part of the plan, given how much proportion of the responses EPS is making have some sort of social dimension, I'll call it.
You know, I think this is a, you know, from a policy point of view, this is an ongoing concern, that the police cannot do this lift by themselves. That a lot of this, the police are being called into situations that they may not necessarily be best equipped. But, I mean, the chief has already pointed out, you know, 911, if you phone it at night, the only response you're going to get is from the police. All those other kind of support services that would be available are not available 24/7. So you end up, you know, I think there is a concern there about other resources that need to be available, and I know it's one of the things the chief speaks about quite a bit is that sense that we need to be able to do this in partnership. And it can't just be, the police are not going to be able to answer the whole question. So at that level, yes, those are the kind of conversations we're having.
But we have a framework, that we've heard success for. I guess when we go to the goal 1, balance, support, and enforcement, and we have programs within EPS that have proven successful, and we know are a big component of the responses that were made. Because it's one thing for partnership, or it's one thing for a social worker to be available, but to the chief's point, a lot of them are both and. It's not one or the other. So that's why help and PACT are so great. Yep. So I guess if that's our goal, why are we not thinking about scaling up or asking those questions as a commission?
I think, quite frankly, all of these things are trade-offs. I mean, if we had unlimited resources, absolutely, we'd be looking at this. But you know, it's a question of, you know, there are limited resources. We're dealing with a growing city, and that's the challenge of what we're doing right now. And you know, so would we like to see that? Absolutely. I think you'd hear. And are those the kind of questions we would be asking? Yes, but But to do that, something else would have to shift, and that's part of the challenge.
I think the easy answer is we recognize we need to build capacity in our frontline policing first at this point, given what we have going on, knowing that we have unreported crime, as well as, all these other priorities, including traffic enforcement, high visibility policing. That's where we need to focus right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Principe is next on the first round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to see if Vice Chair of the Police Commission, Ms. Amiri, has any comment to make on that line of questioning.
Yeah, actually, thank you, Councillor Principe. It's actually the realm in which I work in every day. So I would say that I think that the chief makes an excellent point. I think one of the things that I worry about is just, even if we were to, let's say, build it out completely, there still has to be, we have to think about whether we're contributing to someone's cycle of recidivism or not, and what are we doing in order to mitigate that, because we want to be able to balance that. So I think that's one of the things that's really challenging, because ultimately, even at night, to the chief's point about you call 911 and they're the last line of defense because they're the only ones that are open, what do you do with the person who's there? What services would be available? Instead, we're just sending them to DMU, which unfortunately is maybe not the best option for them. So I appreciate you asking, Councillor Principe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on a first round? I just want to double check. I guess that'll be me then on the first round. I'll click on, as I should have done that before. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe I'll just start there. Just getting a sense from you as to, we've had some pretty good conversations with Recovery Alberta. Getting a sense there, I think, really starting to appreciate the lack of pre and post recovery housing units. What are you hearing in your conversations? Because I think that's the challenge, right? I mean, whether it's a help team, whether it's a police officer, if we're going to respond to what is essentially a lot of cases a disorder call, we need to get them somewhere, and I know they're short, but I think they're finally starting to appreciate the shortage. But are you hearing that?
I'm absolutely hearing that. I'm hearing from the public. Definitely, that responsiveness, whether, like I said, crisis diversion response or a police response, they want to see something different. Definitely hear it from our members. And what I often hear is that when members come across somebody that's, vulnerable, somebody that's definitely impacted, living on the street or having those issues, they're confused or unaware of what they can do with that individual. And so it's like being able to set up some supportive kind of facility for that very acute moment is very important right now, I think. I'll just say it, some of the response sometimes is pick them up and try to drop them off in front of a shelter and hope they go through the doors. And I don't think that's the appropriate response right now.
Yeah, and I think you're right, and I think the challenge, because even, I think what we were hearing, and I'm curious if your members are finding the same thing on our peace officer side, is that when park rangers are going out to an encampment, is that a lot of folks now are just refusing transportation to the navigation center because you can go there, but if you can't get into pre-treatment housing, what's the point? Are you finding that from when police are responding as well?
Yeah, like I said, the flow chart, I think, of services are huge, and our members are quite confused. Like I know I reference this quite a bit. There's medically assisted beds at the Hope shelter now, right? But how do we get someone in there? So what's the intake method? We have the King Thunderbird again. What is the intake method, and who are the appropriate people to go there at that time? So I think that it's really breaking that down, demystifying that, and that's something we've asked. We're working with REACH on, as well as the province, to kind of map out all the services. I think that's important, clarifying it not just for the police, but everybody that's interacting on the street.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I've made the offer to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions that if they need more spaces for pre-treatment housing, to come talk to us so that we can look for city land. So appreciate that work. Speaking of advocacy, I know it's been talked a little bit about traffic safety. What have your conversations been like with the Minister of Transportation since the tool has been removed? I think there's been previous advocacy from the Alberta Association of Police Chiefs, yourself. Can you just remind me what conversations have happened since they removed the automated enforcement option from us?
So we had one meeting with and talked about it. We've sent a letter on behalf of the service and commission, as well as from AACP, Alberta Association Chiefs of Police, asking for kind of, again, review of some of those policies, as well as those enhanced authorities for that seizure of 50 over. So, yeah.
Have you had any significant replies yet on your end? No.
Nothing.
Okay. But I think safe to say, clearly, I mean, the one variable that's changed in the last few years is the loss of photo radar, and we have seen a significant increase of speed on our streets. You know, I'm not a UV researcher, and I know we often engage them, but is it safe to say at this point that we are seeing significantly higher speeds due to the loss of that tool?
Yeah, we're seeing it, and especially some of those high traffic locations, areas where people can get up to speed where there's no automated enforcement. We're seeing speeds going up. We're seeing speeds up in our collisions as well. And like I said, where generally we would see, for instance, over 10 kilometers, now people are doing over 20 kilometers an hour. So,
and that creates greater risk on serious collision than if you're going that faster speed.
Reduces reaction time, and then of course the mechanics of the crash are worse. Yeah.
Okay. And have you been working with our city's safe mobility team? Because I know we've done some sort of one-off submissions for the reintroduction. Do you get to provide feedback as part of that submission?
Yep, we provided data, especially from our own enforcement data, stuff that we know, locations, collision data as well. And so we've been supporting with that.
Perfect. Preferably, I think it'd be better just have it widespread available as a tool, but in the meantime, to know that you're working on that with them is helpful. So from the commission, anything you would add just on advocacy on that front?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that we want, that we've been asking for as well to start tracking is not just fatalities, but serious injury. Because I think that's a really useful number. I suspect it's gone up as well, but we haven't looked at it for a while, and I think we need to, because I think we share the concern that everybody does over this, that it feels like having made real progress for many years, we're now going back in the wrong direction.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm out of time. I don't know if is there anyone else in the first round? If not, I can move another round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
It's not coming up for me. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you. I've got the chair. On a second round, Councillor Tang.
Okay, great. The chief's message in the annual report, I think the tone really is focused on prevention. I don't know if that's really translated to the rest of the report. And I know Mr. Harker mentioned the blueprint for violence prevention work. That supplements, you have your own violence reduction plan too, right? Is that right? We're not duplicating work, we're complementing.
Nope, definitely complementing. And like I said, when that program started up a couple years ago, we had to be at the table. Like, that is our bread and butter.
You were at the table.
You bet.
Before becoming chief, which is great. Anything on the city side of that work that you think can change to increase momentum?
Well, again, I'll reference maybe two programs that we're obviously in active discussions about. One is that crisis diversion piece. I think that's important. That's definitely, when we talk about preventative things that we could maybe divert in a different way. The other one is that unified command of peace officers, I think, is very important when we talk about, deployment, co-deployment, targeting hotspots.
I think there's also a very important component in that work, focus on youth. And a youth diverted is a really key measure in this report. And I understand you also have your young people strategy, which I didn't see mentioned, but I'm assuming that's kind of all part of it, right?
Yep, youth strategy, youth gang mentoring,
Yeah.
all that's, critical.
Just anecdotally, and even recently on encampment ride along with some of your officers and some of the city folks, seeing more young people on the street, and that's just my own observation, and they've confirmed some of that, but I don't know if you're tracking that in your work.
I can tell you that one of the trends we do see is the involvement of youth in more violent crime.
Yeah.
And so that is something we're seeing increasing. I think you kind of hit it on, nail on the head. It's affordability, it's involvement in other crimes, accessibility to those things is really what we're seeing. So.
Just circling back to crisis diversion and social disorder, the community action tables, they were set up to be kind of reminiscent of the heavy users of service initiative previously, which has shown to be successful to some degree. And I understand that was kind of the impetus for setting that up. How are those going? Is it working? I know we asked a lot of questions about help, et cetera. Is that an avenue that can continue some of this momentum?
Yeah, I can speak specifically to the community action table or the situation table. That actually came out of discussions around the opioid crisis in Edmonton.
Right.
And looking at what Calgary's doing. I think as we're developing this, we're seeing there's probably two levels within the city. There's your community action table that mirrors kind of those consistent approach to problems and individuals. And then I think there is a requirement for us to revisit the heavy users of service environment as well.
Yeah, I would be very interested in that direction. And then just on page 11, you talk about research and how you partner with different research institutions. What about research generated from social service agencies? So for example, Boyle Street has a very robust data team specifically around opioid. Are you partnering or are you at least receiving that information so officers are more informed about drug poisoning?
I don't think we're partnering specifically on the research. I know that in some of the opiate deaths, though, we have been working with them on the data.
Okay.
And part of that is because, unfortunately, their clients are ending up deceased, so it's being able to work back and forth between the data sets and who they're working with and who we're working with.
Okay. Back to the citizen perception survey, I was wondering, like, with the various color bars, do you have, like, are you breaking that down further? So, for example, older, younger people are more likely to feel this way, that way about policing.
Yeah, we have a much more detailed report that we discuss in depth with our commission every year when that comes out, but it does have the demographic breakdowns for all of that.
Okay, that's all I need to know. I think just having some of that is good information, better GBA plus analysis. Both public and officer-generated calls have gone up, but one is trending well, one is green, and one is not. I was trying to wrap my head around why.
So you're probably looking, it's good that we have more proactive member-generated events. That means that they're not being just reactive, that they're in those neighborhoods.
So it's a reflection of that proactiveness. Okay.
Now it's probably bad when we're getting more from the public. It means that we have crime problems. And again, I think people are feeling more compelled to report crime, but that's not a trend. We obviously would like to see reported crime go down. But I will caution this, is that if we start to create new tools for reporting crime, including online and changing our non-emergency line, we'll see crime go up in this city. And it's not necessarily that crime's going up, it's reported crime. The frequency is going to change.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thanks. In regards to the perception of safety, you've got walking alone in the community after dark. Do you break it down like transit safety? Because we've long been told about the perception of transit safety.
Yeah, we do track that very closely. We actually have an initiative that we're exploring with them where we can specifically measure perceptions of safety on transit. And when I say them, I mean our vendors and city. So we're exploring that now, but we do have much better data through that vendor than we used to previously.
Okay, and is that part of the transit safety technology pilot?
It's not, that's
No,
separate.
That is separate, okay. And is that, I guess can that technology be shared with our peace officers that maybe don't go out with police officers?
I can answer that. Yes and no.
Okay.
And part of it is because like this deals with kind of the mapping of transit, those kind of things. That's okay. But when we start to look at data or communication flow, especially where CPIC data is involved, we're limited there.
Okay, so it's not something that could be easily transferable between
Not in the current
agencies
construct, no.
Okay, darn. And then in the report, it also says that what residents want EPS to focus on. And you've got 4 bullets there, but it doesn't include transit safety. It's encampments, public drug use, traffic, thefts and break-ins. I'm just wondering, unless it's on the next page, no. Where does transit safety fit in your survey?
It's not currently one of the top themes that comes up, so we need to contextualize this in terms of every response of every Edmontonian. It's not just the people taking transit. It is something that we see regularly, but it's not a theme that emerges to the top consistently for us.
Oh, I'm quite surprised. Okay, thank you for that. And then I guess maybe to the commission, Ben, you had said something about it comes down to the role of crisis diversion and how that's funded. Does the commission advocate to the province, like to improve funding for mental health and other social disorders?
Well, I think certainly, that the question that we raised about that the ability, for instance, 24/7 response is something that we have spoken about. I think in general, yes. I think I'm not saying any. I think there's nothing I've said that isn't fairly common in terms of in terms of knowledge about what the stresses are. So, but I don't know if we have a specific advocacy piece on that. I'm trying to remember. We've raised it with the deputy minister and the meetings we've had there, but I don't know if we've put something.
No action
It is
on it?
It's something that we raise at every opportunity. Yeah.
Okay, and so you said the deputy minister, and that would be Minister of Public Safety?
Yes.
I mean, what about, like, I guess, mental health and addictions, or even Councillor Tanga talked about youth? Would the Minister of Children's Services, any interactions
Could be. We would
there?
not necessarily have a relationship through them, but.
We definitely do. I mean, a lot of our grants are structured that way. So for instance, our urban strategy grant comes through mental health and addictions, right? And then of course there's other grants that we look at for peace officers, police officers in transit, that comes through public safety. So again, we are mainly as the service is working through that. We know the commission's reported on these things, but we generally are as a service going forward with those grant applications and renewals.
Okay,
So.
But anything with children's services?
I can't think of one offhand, but I think there is probably it's structured under that urban strategy grant because some of the money flows through that. And again, like, I look at, for instance, the MAGS program, which is our gang mentoring program. That came as money through kind of an initiative through public safety, but it's supporting a youth program. So again, it's like the structure of the grants necessarily doesn't just align with youth services, so.
Okay, not necessarily one demographic or
No.
the other, just, okay. And can I just make a plug for, thank you for coming out to Southeast Edmonton on May, when is it, 27th? To do a public, community safety and to be part of that, appreciate that.
You could have asked that in the form of a question. What day are you coming out to Southeast Edmonton?
What day are you coming out, and who are you going to be coming out with?
May 27th.
What time?
6:30? Yeah. Is it 6:30?
7 p.m. I'm hearing in my right ear. Thank you. Councillor Chance.
Thank you. I see there were 203,000 calls for service, but I don't see how many arrests were made.
Yeah, I don't have that data right in front of me. I think arrests are up, but don't quote me at this moment. We can find that data for you, though.
Okay, I think it was included in past annual reports because sometimes it's hard to. Anyhow, if we could track that, that'd be great. Was there a conscious decision to omit arrests for some reason?
These measures in the annual report have been consistent for the 4 years.
Okay, and my mistake then. How many times have we arrested someone who's already been arrested in the last calendar year? Maybe in the last 6 months, maybe in the last 30 days. Dare I keep going?
Yeah, I can't say specifically. I know we've done that work in the past, looking at recidivist offenders. The problem is, again, the interaction with the join system, like from the government, to look at who's arrested, who's charged, because it might not be just within this jurisdiction, right? And we don't necessarily have that data always accessible at our fingertips.
Who does then? If the chief of police doesn't, who does?
Yes. It's one. The justice system is there's an initiative to update the justice system right now. I can tell you that it took us 6 months to go through 642 assault peace officer, police officer charges to determine disposition on those events. It took 6 months to mine through that data because it's all manual. So, and again, I think there's part of the challenge we have often because the system is old. The disposition may say one thing, it's actually not actual. Because they may have attended court and got something, but then it changed it, once they hit probation, right? So again, it's a bit clunky, to be honest.
So you know how many calls for service you have?
Yes.
You know how many arrests your members have?
We'd be able to look that up, yep.
But then after that?
It's very clunky.
And who has that? Is that the court? Is that the justice minister? Who should we be talking to?
And sorry, this is about recontact with the.
My working theory, sorry, Chief.
I missed the question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It would be under public safety, right? And then justice as well. So I think that system's managed by justice, but it's public safety data that goes in there, so.
So there was a CBC article, I think 8 years ago, that 12 individuals were responsible for over 1,000 police calls. I'm worried we haven't got any better.
Yeah, we would just be able to see, and the conversation kind of came up, let's say we ran you, no, I'm not saying you, but we ran someone like you.
Andy's way.
We'd be able to see how many times you may have been convicted of
Yeah,
offense. I wouldn't be
yeah.
able to tell you how many times you've been arrested.
Interesting.
Unless just within our own data, but let's say you were arrested by the RCMP, I wouldn't have that necessarily readily at my fingertips.
Right. So what do we need? A MOU between the court and the province and the police to share information?
There is an initiative to modernize that system right now at the province.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because another similar to other folks that have asked, like I think we've all had the experience when we're on a ride along. Many of the frontline officers know the individuals all by name and have sometimes decades-long history with them. And I'm worried that this is not getting better, that we're paying members more and more money to do more and more arrests of the same people who are out and back and out and back, and we're just moving people around and we aren't actually dealing with the problem. And how do we support you in that? Because it frustrates the members. They're mad about it. They don't want to be combat babysitters. Like this is not what they signed up for.
Sure. No, I think there's several things, right? One is that advocacy at the justice system, so those that are causing the most harm and victimization in our community are held accountable. And I'm not sure that prioritization necessarily exists all the time, right? They're just looking at the call types, and I understand, like, I can tell you, working with prosecutions, they are an extremely burdened institution right now, right? So it's like, I think advocating for that proper prioritization of those causing most harm, holding those other organizations accountable to that kind of counseling, off-ramping environment that exists. So a great example might be accused and domestic offender. Sorry, my words are going away from me here. But it's like, how are we actually supporting those offenders, maybe to get them out of the cycle that is continually leading them to domestic violence? Because I can tell you again, when we show up, our response is fairly limited. It's arrest them, charge them. But when you've had somebody maybe that's gone through that system 10, 15, 20 times, that's not necessarily the answer. So,
On shifting gears, on body cams, everyone's getting them?
all our frontline members will have them.
Does that include tactical?
Yes.
That include canine?
Yes.
Does that include GoPros on the dogs?
There's that yeah, I think that I can't say for sure.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
I do know, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And how about vehicles? Dash cams, et cetera?
So again, it's not currently, I'll let Laurie talk to this.
Councillor Jansen didn't give you any time to answer that
sorry,
question,
my
so I'm gonna jump in, and if he needs to follow up on that, he can. Councillor Elliott.
Okay, I'm going to try to phrase this to a question to try to help my colleague about a previous question he had. I know that numerous associations across the country, including Canadian Police Association, Canadian Association Chiefs of Police, have been advocating for bail and parole reform for probably at least 15 years to no avail from the federal government. The best of your knowledge, is the current bill that's before the Senate right now going to ease the issues of the revolving door? That's probably the best way I can try to get that answer for you and ask a question. Please, Chief, or someone else.
Yes, but I think I go back to capacity of that front-end system, so including prosecutions to deliver with that, right? So I think that that's going to be the key. You know, we're working very close to the Crown right now. I can tell you, like, within the Edmonton region, there's 100 prosecutors. But they are prosecuting everything within a provincial court system that doesn't just include Edmonton, but also the region's RCMP. So you can think of the amount of charges that they get, that they have to manage. So yes, the bail reform, I think that's important, creates new accountability for recidivist offenders. You really need to build up that front end system first.
Okay, thank you. I know there's been, like every organization, there's been issues with, not issues, you have a percentage of members and employees that are going off on short-term, long-term WCB. Once upon a time, when people get injured in the EPS, you could find a potential placement up in comms, but that's not as an active area anymore. Do you see virtual investigation, virtual reporting an area to offset some of those members who cannot work on the street but can still be productive in a different manner?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the areas that we rely on quite heavily for, yeah.
Okay. Drawing a blank on that. I'm going to pass, I think, on my other questions to my next colleagues. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, actually, I think I got a few minutes I can ask about, just to go about the dash cam thing, if that's okay.
We did a pilot for the dash cams and we installed 30-ish, but we are moving towards the body worn video right now and not continuing on with more vehicles. That's where we're at right now.
I can answer that really quickly. Like, before we were going to do body worn, we were going to do in-car. And the reason being less cameras, it's not as scalable, right? And it would give us kind of from a technology and a workflow perspective, what worked, what didn't, what do we need to consider that we didn't know? Like the back end is the most important part, redaction, storage. But then when it was legislated, we had to shift very quickly. There is some technology where, and it's probably coming, where it's a singular device does both. Right, and we felt that there was more utility, especially with the viewing, the mobility, with the body worn over the in-car. Right, the one benefit of the in-car is other technologies like license plate recognition, things that we could deploy over that. But that's right now nothing within our focus. So.
Okay, thanks. On another note here, I know firsthand, mental health is definitely a challenge for anybody working on the front lines right now. EMS, fire, police, transit. I was looking at the report from March 19th, the engagement survey results. I'm just wondering why that's not included in your annual report. Is that, do you not include that stuff in your reporting?
Which engagement?
I was just looking at, I just Googled it. It was just a memo from the Police Commission to EPS about the survey results of the employee engagement.
Yeah, employee.
How is the mental health of our police officers, our members out there?
So at any time, we're probably sitting about 10% of our staff off for whatever reason, right? That's a pretty consistent number that we see working across the country. I would like to think that, it's always challenging. Our police officers are subject to some pretty horrific things. We ask a lot of them every day. I read the highlights, the events that they're walking into, the things that they're seeing are pretty tough. But the one thing is we're talking about it a lot. So we built in strategies around employee family assistant. We lead the country in that. As a matter of fact, this morning we had a course that's called CISM, or Critical Incident Stress Management. So there's another 30 police officers being trained in debriefing critical incidents. I went and spoke to them this morning. So again, something we're very focused on. If your question is how are they? They're good. Could they be better? For sure, right? But I'm not sure that we're in a position there for that. So.
Yeah, and I'll just add, in our employee engagement survey, we don't ask people about their mental health. We do ask them if they have what they need to do their job. We ask them how they feel about their supervisor, if they feel that they can have someone to go to if they need something. Those are the types of questions that we ask. So we would be making inference from that survey on specifically about people's mental health.
Yeah, and the one thing that I think that we really focus our strategies on is building that resilience early. I'm a big believer in getting ahead of small injuries before they become big traumas. And so I think that that's a conversation we're having quite a bit, especially in our recruiting training. Like, how are we building that resiliency for what they truly face when they hit the street?
Is that a question that's missing from the engagement?
Well, we use pretty standard questions, but we also engage with our employees in other ways. We have our employee family assistance program. We have our staffing experiential unit where we engage with employees who are off so we can find them meaningful work. So we talk to them in other ways outside of that survey.
Okay. And I guess anecdotally here, I know like fire is, I think, changing the stigma around mental health and stuff too. Is that something EPS leadership is finding too? Is that stigma going away?
Yeah, it's, we talk a lot, it's okay to not be okay. And I think our leadership recognizes that. When we talk about that accountability mechanism for leadership, it's not necessarily holding them accountable to actions, it's they're accountable for certain things, and our expectation is that they're monitoring their staff. I mentioned our early intervention earlier. Like, that's a program we've been running for 15 years where we monitor. So if we have a member that we know goes through a critical incident, maybe a fatality or something horrific involving a child, we flag that and we actually reach out to that member to make sure they're okay. And I oftentimes see in our highlights when our members go to something most of us would not want to see. There's always a mention that employee family assistance or CISM has been engaged and that those members are being looked after. So there's definitely an awareness in the organization, the importance of that.
I can maybe add from the commission's point of view, it's something that we're keenly aware of, and a focus on employee wellness is very much, part of what we've been pushing for as we go forward into the next strategic plan.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to pick up on some of the threads that came out of Councillor Rutherford's line of questioning. Appreciate the work that's going on to demystify the service referrals and ensuring that people know what's out there. But I'm assuming that, at 2 a.m. there are still gaps. So what is EPS and EPC? What are you doing to maybe articulate the vision of what other investments are needed to help decrease some of those pressures?
I think there's a couple we're talking about. The first is, we're talking about setting up our integrated stabilization center. And I know that's something that's hopefully coming for this summer. So again, working with Recovery Alberta, somewhere we can take someone. The goal is not to criminalize somebody, it's to slow it down so we can start to look at what are the complex needs that individual has and what are the best connection points for them. So that's one. The other one is the situation table. So we've talked about that. Again, working with our partners. For me, it's about accountability, that somebody is doing something, and it doesn't necessarily always default to the police. Working closely with REACH on crisis diversion. How are they remodeling crisis diversion? How are they being responsive? How are they prioritizing their work is also an important aspect. I think lastly I want to touch on is just the discussions going on around the peace officers, unified command of the peace officers. So maybe there's a role that they can play from a regulatory or presence perspective that the police are not necessary. So.
Okay, that's interesting. Because I think one of the biggest gaps, just in terms of that accountability, someone doing something, comes down to resources. So a lot of the nonprofits that may receive some funding from the city or the province, they probably love to operate for longer hours, but just don't have that. So I'm wondering. I think there's two threads there, maybe a provincial advocacy piece, but also just in terms of our 4-year budget coming up. Does the commission anticipate noting or highlighting investments in other services that you're supportive of, that you want us to be investing in?
I don't think we've had that conversation yet. It's certainly one that I think we could have. We're still working on that operational budget submission, so I think it's probably early days for us to respond to that. I think this is something I don't mean to diminish, and Councillor Rutherford, that our concern is absolutely there. What the answers are, I think, is we continue to ask these questions, and I think we all know that there's better solutions than we're able to put on the table right now.
Well, yeah, and I think that's the opportunity. Like I think there's some really complementary approaches that could be taken, and I think maybe what helps is if we could make that future state or the desired state really concrete, so that, again, either that helps us around this table to make funding decisions and helps us collectively to advocate to other orders of government to make those investments.
Yeah, and I would just say we every day are talking to our partners and advocating for them. So example like Encompass, getting them $650,000 to support their initiatives. Working with Hope, advocating for them for increased dollars for cleanup, those kind of things. So I think that there is space for that, but it's definitely something we know the effective players, and I think that we can definitely, continue to do that and maybe work through the commission for that. So.
Yeah, great. I think that'd be really helpful. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I did want to follow up on a line of questioning from Councillor Wright that I don't think in her second round got answered, because I do get a lot of questions about it. So what is the rate at which how many of the vehicles that we have in the tow lot are staying for longer than they should, and how many are actually after, how much turnover in the lot are we seeing? And also, what was the wait list, and maybe this is to administration, in 2025 versus, because one of the things that you're citing is the Yellowhead project, which I know they're going to be giving you back about probably, you said 170, I heard 100 from the project team, but was there a wait list as significant in 2025 for vehicles to be towed to the tow lot? Because the project existed then, and in 2024 and in 2023.
Okay, I'll start the first part of the question. So the capacity in the tow lot's about 850 vehicles. Currently, there's about 40 vehicles that are towed to the tow lot on a daily basis. Of those 40 vehicles, all of them currently are crime-related or provincial statute-related. That does not include special events, does not include bylaw. Currently, there are about 25 to 40 vehicles that are released to their owners on a daily basis, and there are about 20 vehicles that are auctioned off on a monthly basis. So the capacity issue there is really in and around Calder Lot and the use of that space. Like I said, there's about 56,000 square feet that are is being freed up for us on June 1st. With that, we've calculated we can probably get about 150 to 175 vehicles in there, which will help with the current issue that Bylaw faces.
I guess, but like, I guess the bigger question is, have we just outgrown that lot? Like, as a city, like, I remember, I think the last time the chief, or maybe it was in one of our lunch and learns, you mentioned how many new driver's licenses have been issued in the last, anyway, there's a lot more driver's license, there's a lot more people driving in our city, and there's a lot more vehicles as we've had this growth. Like, is this tow lot still functioning?
100%. So once we have that Calder Lot back, we will have sufficient.
Prince Charles.
Pardon me?
Prince Charles.
The land itself is called Calder Lot. So
Okay.
once we have that adjacent land beside the tow lot back, that will give us sufficient capacity to operate within that space.
With growth.
Correct. Yeah.
So we won't have a wait list, so even though there'll be 100, right, if you have 170 spots, we have a 650 wait list. How, you think that we can get that down pretty quick?
So just to be clear, so the 56,000 square feet that we'll be taking June 1st is not the lot in its entirety. It's about a third of the lot, and PCL is still using a portion of that lot for laydown space. So
Yeah, I'm aware, yeah. I'm aware of the situation. I just I'm also aware that that because of EPS operations, the current proposed alignment for the Yellowhead can't come in to the tow lot off of 121st Avenue. And so the proposal now has all of those tow lots going through Prince Charles, either through 124th Street or up by Prince Charles School to get to the tow lot right through the neighborhood. So this is why I'm also asking this, right, as per my letter that was sent to the commission. I guess when will I be getting a response to that letter?
Apologies, Councillor. If you haven't received it yet, I'll check in on it.
I have not. Thank you. And then with the one last question I have, what's the breakdown of traffic warnings versus actual tickets issued in the report? Because they're all clustered together.
We don't have that data readily available, but we can certainly get it for you.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Just double checking, I don't think I saw it, but maybe to both the chief and commission, having now listed out a number of things that you're advocating on, particularly from other orders of government, additional prosecutors, do you have a one-page? Do we have one? I don't think I have one. I was searching through my email. Can we get a one-pager from the commission and service that just says, here's the things that you would like council to advocate on when we're talking to MPs, MLAs? I imagine we probably should make a motion to make that formal, because I can't just ask you.
I can't see why we couldn't. We certainly have that document.
I
can't
figured.
imagine why we couldn't share it.
Yeah, I think it'd be handy
Public
just
advocacy document.
so we have it, and then that way we're all sort of when we're doing our intergov meetings. Okay, I probably will. I'll confirm with the clerk if I should officially make a motion, just so we're all above board on it. Even though I think you're willing to do it, I just want to make sure it's good. Okay, well, that's actually all my questions. I appreciate that. I'll move another round.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote. Oh, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Tang.
Hopefully this is my final round. I want to ask about engagement with marginalized communities, page 14. I appreciate that attending and planning events are great, but I'm wondering about tangible recommendations from community, and I'm specifically referencing building a stronger EPS. Community recommendations put forward by 5 BIPOC-led organizations who represent a sizable portion of the community you talk about engaging with. I'm wondering how's the implementation of that, and if some of those recommendations are not feasible, have you communicated why?
I want to make sure I understand your question. Could you just repeat it?
So this section around engaging with marginalized communities, your measures are around planning and attending events, which are great, shows visibility, shows presence, but I'm wondering about tangible recommendations from the communities themselves. And there are specific ones. Building a stronger EPS, it was penned by 5 BIPOC-led organizations. I don't want to regurgitate what those recommendations are. Are you aware of them? Are those being implemented? If not, if they're not feasible, are they communicated?
Oh, those ones, yeah. We do have more intimate engagement sessions with either our community councils or specialized groups, and we do respond to the recommendations. So if there's a specific, like when you're talking about the BIPOC ones, we have implemented those recommendations.
Okay, I don't know if that's been communicated to them, so I would just encourage you to circle back to some of those groups for those conversations.
Yeah, I think those meetings are actually happening currently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, because some of the communities also do track, and I think if you're saying they're implemented.
If I'm recognizing that
Yep.
what you have, I think I know. I
Yep.
think there's some meetings that we've had, and I think
Okay.
the chief will be happy to share it.
But I did want to flag those. You have measures on women employee hires, but I was curious that you don't have measures on employees born outside of Canada, speak a different language, or identifies as Indigenous or racialized. But I mean, you talk about it in the report. It is in there. I read that. I was just curious that it's not there.
We do collect that information right now.
Okay.
Currently in the report, we're just reporting on female.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look forward to see how those other trends go as well in the future. If you can kind of square the math for me on page 22 for the budget, because I recognize this is something that the public also reads, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. The budget for personnel increased by 45 million, but you only increased FTE by 31. And of course, the vast majority of the budget is personnel, so I was just like, that's a huge amount of money for 31 people.
Collective bargaining settlements, ma'am.
Thank you. And then finally, break-ins and petty theft are priority 4 and 5, right?
Not in progress, correct?
Yes. They're pretty middle of the range. I'm wondering how we're making progress on those middle of the range calls, because I recognize they're always the ones left over after a shift because you're trying to get to the higher priority ones. And those are the ones that have the most potential of increasing public trust, et cetera. And I actually recall in one of the Panda projects, some of your officers are even trying to, flagging that as the most opportunity for public trust.
Yeah, there's several things to answer on that one. I think the first one is expanding that online reporting, virtual investigation, so we can get that data sooner.
But that also has a downside of more reporting and,
Yep.
right, as you flagged earlier.
Yeah, well, I would suggest that especially in those crime types, we're looking as high as 70-80% that go unreported.
Okay, and then are those technological kind of adjustments, are you incorporating that report back to the reporter kind of a thing?
Absolutely, and the other
Okay.
thing is, one of the things we're really focusing on within our crime management piece is the building out of a new intelligence branch that can start to track and do crime analysis in real time.
Okay, great. Okay, I think I got through most of my questions. I think the final comment I would just make is that I really appreciate these annual reports. You know, I made this motion years ago, early on last term. And I think the line of sight for me is that, yes, we're responsible for budget and governance, but those drive the strategic planning, then that drives operations, which drives performance. And here we are circling back to talking about it. So I think, obviously, there's a lot of interest. So I really appreciate the opportunity for digging in. And I've heard positive things about your use of force training. One of these days, I would appreciate sitting in on one of those. So I'll just put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jantz.
Thank you. If the advocacy had been successful to seize vehicles going 50 kilometers over the speed limit, how many vehicles would we have seized last year?
No, we can look at that data.
Would it be, because I think that would really help our advocacy, if we could go to the minister and say over 300 vehicles.
We'd have that data, and I can say in the summer months, it's a couple a day for sure.
I really appreciated the chief gave a very, my words, I can't remember the exact quote, but kind of a zero tolerance, things have become normalized, that we are not going to tolerate any more type event recently. And I'm wondering if we could apply that same level of rigor to traffic safety, because by far it's the number one thing in my inbox that I get concerns about, from speeding to dangerous driving. We know that you're more likely to be killed in road violence than you are in many other circumstances. It's more people, as many as were murdered last year, were died on the road, and many in marked crosswalks. From little things like tinting and covering up your license plate to big things like that egregious speeding, it's not overly dramatic to say that you have a very, very low chance of getting caught if you do something in a vehicle in Edmonton. And how do we correct that?
Yeah, there's a couple answers. The first is, we've actually started to look at in enveloping some of that traffic response in our crime management plan. So if we know there's locations that we continually have complaints on, or that are coming through the city that we can work on, we'll target those areas. And target's a tough word, but we'll say we want enforcement there. We definitely talk about performance. Like, we are seeing the number of tickets that our members are writing is going up, but what we're seeing is revenues go down, right? So that's an inverse relationship that's likely related to whether things are being lumped together, dealt away, or dealt with in advance of them being, tried.
But the members, quota is a dirty word, we don't say quota, but there's objectives that we all share. And so patrol is told, go forth and do traffic, right?
Correct. But again, when it's a Friday night, in the big city, and there's gun calls and other serious events going on, traffic will fall to the wayside. So I think it really comes down to prioritizing when can we do it. Promoting the importance of public safety rather than a quota, I think, is important. Ensuring that our members understand those expectations, talk about leadership accountability, especially working within their community. We hear anecdotally about traffic. It's always within our community surveys that it's one of the most important things to the public. We don't ignore it, but I think that the other priorities end up taken away from us. And that's when I talked about one of the answers earlier about ensuring we have the proper number of frontline policing. If we increase that, we can probably increase traffic enforcement. But right now, the other priorities will take precedent.
If tickets are getting tossed, members still have the right to direct a car to go to get fixed, right? Go and you're not roadworthy anymore until you go to a shop and get fixed and either do X, Y, Z. Like, there are other powers that police can use to.
We could seize a vehicle if it needs mechanical, but that requires a bit of a process for sure. I'm not sure it's the best answer in this case, but there are things that we could be looking at. Yeah.
Okay. A lot has come up about facial AI. I'm mindful of time here. That piece concerns about youth, biometric data, who owns the data, all of that. When is the process for public feedback, review, or conversation about that?
You're specifically talking about the body-worn project?
The facial AI in particular.
So our assessment's done. We're just compiling that data, and we'll be providing a report to the commission.
Okay, and that'll be at a future public meeting?
It'll probably start with the governance and probably our technology committees first, but I don't know if what point it hits the public forum.
Okay. Excellent.
We obviously want to be transparent about it. I think it's an important technology we all need to talk about. And our goal is to do it, if we're going to do it, legitimately and understand the concerns and mitigate that.
Right, and that would include where the data is, who has access to the data, is the data being shared?
Yep. all that information is routinely kind of shared in that privacy impact assessment for sure. Whether it's onshore, offshore, how is it, who has access to it, what are the controls around it, what's the data governance? Yeah.
Okay. And very quickly, in terms of members booked off, do we have a tracking on that in terms of how many are in the hospital, how many are in, like sitting with somebody they brought to the hospital or sitting in court waiting? Like, do we have an indicator of, you know, we burn 600 hours a year on AHS work or court work or something?
We definitely track that. Yeah. And we track the amount of time, it's whether hospital, admin time, or, you know, how much time they're sitting in court.
And is that a reporting metric regularly to the commission as well?
As long as that's a one-word answer, then go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies.
Councillor Chance is out of time, but I was just going to check on mine, so you've had a chance to just double check
Yeah,
on.
sorry, that's why I was distracted. We were
Yep.
just trying to, yeah, we can share.
You can share.
We
Perfect.
can share. I mean, there may be some advocacy to you that's part of that list. but
Absolutely, yeah.
We're going to be advocating to you anyway.
Fair enough. But as long as we can get it set, you don't need a motion. You can just do that as a perfect. Great. That's it for me. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Going back to the lot, the tow lot. Okay, so looking at the variance report, I see revenue from the tow lot. But what happens with the vehicles that go to auction? Who gets the revenue from that? I believe it's the province. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
And
There's a reason you want that separation, so it doesn't incentivize us to do something differently. Like seize a bunch of cars that we can auction.
okay, I wasn't thinking very deviously. I'm sorry, I don't have a criminal mind. Perhaps Councillor Jans might have thought of that. No.
Out of order.
Okay, so, but we do get, we are covered the cost of storing the vehicle and, okay. And so it's just any money beyond that. I have gotten so many concerns from residents about not being able to tow from not only our snow parking ban, but also our spring sweep. So I just want to go over those numbers again that was provided. You said there's capacity for 800 vehicles?
Yeah, current capacity is about 850 vehicles.
850, and so we get 25 to 40 picked up, 20 a month go to auction. So we've got still about 800 that just sit there year round?
No, and then we've got about 40 coming in on a daily basis.
Okay, but 40 coming in, and then 25 to 40 people pick up, 20 go to auction, that's 45 to 60. 40 a day?
Yeah, so 25 to 40 a day are picked up.
Okay, that's what I was missing then, per day.
40 new vehicles come in there on a daily basis.
Okay.
So basically that's a wash. And then 20 are towed on a monthly basis that go to auction.
Okay, I was thinking it was 25 to 40 a month. I'm sorry. Okay, so then you do have some turnover of those
Correct.
vehicles. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, that works a little bit better for me then.
Thank
Okay.
you. Do you want to move another round?
And I will move an additional round.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Palmer. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 12-1. Councillor Jans, are you going to take all 5 minutes? Or
Yep.
Then we have to wait to take a break. So, yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure because we've got our folks here. Or is that it? Is it one round of questions? You've got multiple rounds of questions. I'm trying to figure out if we should extend a few minutes so that we can release our entire delegation of about 15 police officers, or if you have more than one round of questions, you can. That's fine. I just need to know.
Sure, I'll do one round now. I'll do the 5 minutes and then I'll follow up offline.
Okay, great. Please go ahead. Then let's.
Yeah, just very quickly, the school resource officers, I understand they're back. I understand the school boards pay half the cost. but that's taking 34 to 35 officers off the street that can't be in patrol, that can't be doing other things. Given the fact that we have so many calls for service and priority around downtown or transit or other areas, would the service consider either suspending or reducing offerings such as the SRO program to put towards other high priority areas?
No, not at this time. And we can show the data from, for instance, during the pandemic or the time when we were not in the schools. We were responding to 900 calls for service in schools. So there's a preventative aspect of having police officers in those schools that are not, calls that are not being dispatched to patrol officers.
And how many of those calls lead to arrests?
Not a lot.
And how many of them are violent?
Some.
And how many of them are guns, weapons, knives?
I can tell you of one in the last couple weeks for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And compared to transit, though?
It's about balancing priorities and where you want to put public safety for sure.
And that's my worry, where there are priorities, and if members are going to OEG events for the playoffs, OEG is paying full freight there, right?
Within their facilities, but not outside.
Sure, and then here with the schools, is like to have 34 members plus equipment plus everything. This is a.
I think you have to also look at the cumulative effect of the SROs are not just a public safety issue. They provide a lot of other services within those schools, including mentoring, counseling, outreach, connection to kids that maybe don't have that avenue as well.
And I guess I worry that when we have, 10% of members on leave, when there's only so many of us who, there's lots of people who can do counseling, there's very few who can do firearms. And trying to have right service, right time, right place.
I think you can look at the recent stabbing we had in one of our schools, and it was the school resource officer that intervened and prevented a further incident there.
And then, again, how many on transit, though, and what could we do with more members on transit? I guess I'm wondering, how is this, I guess maybe at the governance level, how is this reviewed or shared? Because I think there's a lot of reasons why the services express they really like the program, but I'm worried about when we are at the state of the city and we're getting heat from downtown business partners, chamber, others saying, what are we doing here, council?
I think I'll just add strategically when we look at these things, when we look at transit safety right now, the crime severity on transit is trending down. And so what we're doing on transit, with the integrated teams is heading in the right direction. When we talk about strategically youth and what we're seeing with youth and youth violence and what we need to do with youth and being asked to come back into the school and the research and the evaluation that was done, it makes sense to put resources towards that as well.
I've heard some principals say they would like SROs, but I just worry it shouldn't be up to junior highs or high schools to say that. I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, we aren't taking good officers.
I can tell you there is actually an assessment matrix that we use. Like, we get requests from every school to put a police officer in there. It doesn't mean we are. So we actually use a matrix to kind of look at that school, the size, the community, the crime data that comes from that area to make that assessment.
Okay. I have a couple of other questions I'll follow up offline, but yeah, I'll yield my time.
Perfect, thank you very much. I'll take a motion to go into private subject to section, I think it's the 19, 26, 29, 30, 32, so we can finish up with 9.1. And you're going to be finished, so you're good, thank you.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to go into private.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. We will be on recess until 3:48. Thanks to all of our folks here from have 2 motions pending now instead of 3. And 1 without customary notice. 2 without customary notice.
No, hers is.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, just 1. Okay, the light is off. Can I, just for sake of time, we're gonna try to make this happen. Okay, Councillor Tang.
Yep. I will move that the recommendations in attachment 1 of the May 19th, 2026 Infrastructure Services Report IIS 03418 be approved, and 2, that this report remain private pursuant to sections 19, 26, 29, 30, and 32 of the Access to Information Act.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. And any remaining questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes. The rest of the councillors are absent.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. And next is going to be, I think, just motions pending. We've done all of our other motions. So, Councillor Jans, 10.1, please go ahead and read in the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 27 to 30 City Council budget deliberations to develop options for a residential landlord licensing, compliance, and registry program.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. You have 2 minutes to introduce.
Sure. Very quickly, this is a something that's in our affordable housing strategy. It's something that was pulled out previously by council in the last term, but we weren't able to fund it in the budget there. It's something I hope to come forward to the 4-year budget. It's kind of what I would describe as kind of the cousin to our problem properties program. That sometimes we know that there's landlords who have multiple complaints against them. This gives us one more tool to potentially look at that around licensing, compliance, and everything else. It's good for landlords, but it's also it's because it helps manage the ones who are maybe posing challenges. It's good for renters because it gives them a bit more certainty and predictability. It's good for neighbors because sometimes we have problem properties pop up and it may not fit the definition of a problem property per se, but it might be in the conduct. This gives us just a little more opportunity to go in and look at that. And yeah, all this is today is just getting it forward to the budget so we can have more conversation about it as part of our affordable housing strategy. Other communities have this. It's not unprecedented. This just gives us a little more in terms of how we can support our community.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand a little bit more because it seems to me like residents and tenancy is more of a provincial issue. Can you explain why we would wade into provincial territory?
We have, I'll defer to administration, but we already have business licenses for I don't want to speak out of turn. Does administration want to take a crack at that?
So we do have business licenses for short-term and long-term rentals. I think as part of this service package, we would need to explore the legalities in terms of the role and responsibility of the municipality versus provincial. So that work would happen.
Yeah, because there is, from my understanding, there already is a lot of work that's being done by the city that is a provincial responsibility. Even some of our rent ready, I would say, I think some of our rent ready programs are similar to our provincial programs, and so I know that it increases some of maybe I'll just leave it at there to see, is there a duplication of services in our rent ready programming to provincial programming?
Maybe what I can comment on is just, this is one of those areas where it's not municipal jurisdiction. It's an overlapping issue between provincial jurisdiction and municipal in the sense that it's ultimately up to the wisdom of council whether this is an area they wish to regulate, but we do have business licensing regulation residential tenancies is very much provincial, but there is an overlap. So if there's a need that is there, and ultimately that's the decision that council would need to make, it wouldn't be the legal basis to stop. It would more be the practical basis to stop.
Yeah, for me, it was more about like our council priorities. Is this really where we want to go in our council priorities? And so I just wanted to understand a little bit about, okay, so we get a report that says we create this list, and what do we do with the list? Who does something with the list?
Maybe I'd love to follow up offline with is that to me or?
No, I was asking administration, like, what would you do with the list?
If I'm understanding the councillor's intention, it would be available to people, to renters, to be able to have line of sight in terms of who their landlord is, and look at that past experiences through the registry. And then there's a compliance aspect to the motion, in which case then if there are enforcement follow-up, that would be for the city to follow up on, as it relates to our bylaws.
And maybe I'll just comment as well, that would be something I think we'd have to look at carefully from a privacy perspective. We haven't done that work yet, but whatever is proposed, we would obviously make sure it's legally vetted to whatever we could do. We wouldn't propose something that wouldn't be lawful within the scope of what powers we do have.
Yeah, and this is just, I just feel like this would be, maybe just a general question, this would be a large body of work, correct?
I think that's what we have to scope to inform the service package, but certainly there's a level of engagement, a level of policy review, and then a level of legal review.
Yeah, just to the mover, what's the intent behind this?
If you go to the affordable housing strategy that we passed in 2023, under objective 2.2, it's enabling partnerships to improve housing supports. And tactic number 10 was test new solutions to improve tenants' experience and reduce the risks of eviction and homelessness. So the landlord registry was one of the key actions, and along with the research recommendations to improve the legislative framework needed to enhance renter protections in Alberta. So this has come up in other jurisdictions in terms of when you move into a place, making sure whether or not there's been, if there was fumigation or bed bugs, if there was a maintenance plan on utilities, there was all these different stories that have been coming up about accountability and making sure that it levels the playing field a little bit so renters have more information before they sign a lease in terms of what the examples are what's going on in the building, what the experience is, what the landlord is. If there's currently, like I gave the example, I moved into a unit and there were there were cockroaches, but it was never disclosed to me before I signed the lease. Everybody else on the floor knew about it. Things like that can help. Like the same way you'd have other insurances when you go out to a restaurant. You would have a health inspection or something else. So it reduces homelessness because it reduces all these other complications with the housing system.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, are there any other Alberta municipalities who have something like this?
I'm uncertain at this time. We'd have to do the research.
Okay. I believe the answer is that they do have it in Ontario with a certain number of cities. But don't they have a different political approach to, like, legislative approach to housing?
Yes, and without being intricately familiar with that process, housing is a municipal jurisdiction expressly in Ontario, so there is more oversight and involvement in housing, especially in the big cities in Ontario.
Okay, and I'm just wondering about the cost of such a program. We would ask, I mean, I don't know, would we be asking landlords to pay for this? Pay for licensing and compliance, or is this, how would that work? High level.
I think we have to do the work and come back with what the options and the analysis look like to inform next steps and budget impacts.
Okay, to the mover, if landlords have to pay for this program, who are they likely to pass the cost on to?
So the cost is quite nominal in other jurisdictions and nothing compared to the cost of moving.
Okay, and understanding that we don't have the same legislative freedom or capacity or allowance as the other municipalities that have employed this, how do we solve for that?
Well, this is part of it. And maybe if you think of it as we have business licensing, This is looking at expanding business licensing into the landlord area and looking for certain domains that we can, and information that would be helpful to Edmontonians to make sure that their rights are protected.
I guess my concern, like, it's a good motion, but my concern is that we don't have the, like, should this be first a conversation with the province to make sure we can actually do this?
So it already was passed by council in the 2023 Affordable Housing Strategy. It's
Yeah.
already one of the key outcomes. It already came up from engagement with multiple partners about this, and part of it, I'll send
Oh,
my
no,
colleague.
I
Just
know,
just a quick caution, I don't want us to debate the creation of a program. This is whether we should create a service package to
This
debate.
is even the right path. Like, I like the idea, but, okay, I'm gonna speak to it if I continue, so I'll just stop.
Very good. Okay, I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to, sorry, did you say you have a question? Oh, no, anyone wishing to speak? Councilor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like the idea of the motion. And I like the idea that it pushes a concept forward. What I am concerned about is that it's maybe in the order of operation of getting something like this done, there needs to first be a conversation with the province who legislates on housing about whether they'd even be open to us doing this. Otherwise, we spend money on researching an unfunded service package and then are told, no, you can't do that. And if the goal is to get political points or to pressure for that, I get it, but it's money that we're spending to do that. And I'm wondering if the first attempt should be just to talk to the province about allowing that for municipalities across Alberta. And so, while I like the concept and I want to see it move forward, I just think that this may actually sabotage the very effort that we're trying to make here without first doing the legwork for engagement. So, I mean, I'm pretty much on the edge on this, but I'm sort of leaning toward no just for those considerations.
Thank you. Councilor Jansen, close.
Thank you. There already was a unfunded service package. It already came forward at the, I want to say the Spring SOBA 2 years ago, or 2 or 3 years ago now. So the admin already has this. They just need to dust it off and bring it forward again. So it's already there. And again, the program creation, the details, et cetera, that's what this funding is for, to do this. We already have business licensing. We already have had different measures before. What's lacking here is a bit of customer assurance, if you will. And this will be helpful in so many other areas that we're dealing with, whether it's lodging houses, whether it's the execution of the infill compliance once we already have new neighbors in those buildings. When we talk about building social license for housing in our city, this is a very useful tool for safety, for accountability, that aligns with our council priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. Thank you. 10.2, I've heard from Councillor Clark that the information requested is now actually going to be part of the upcoming Economic Action Plan report. Is that correct?
It is, yeah. In discussion with the admin, I'm getting that information with the exciting upcoming Economic Action Plan.
Wonderful. So that motion is no longer needed. Thank you. Councillor Wright, please read in the motion.
As soon as I can see it, here we go. So that City Council, with the support of a seconding municipality, endorse a draft resolution for advancement to the 2026 Alberta Municipalities Annual Convention, advocating for the Government of Alberta to strengthen the governance and funding frameworks for seniors lodge housing management bodies.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. 2 minutes to introduce.
Thank you very much. With the introduction of Bill 20, there was a number of changes that impacted municipalities across the province in the way that they manage seniors lodges. There was also a seniors lodge program review panel and the motion going forward to Alberta municipalities takes into account a lot of their recommendations. I'm also pleased to let you know that Rocky Mountain House has already today agreed to second the motion at Alberta municipalities, and they're quite enthusiastic, and I would just, any questions, please ask.
Thank you. I don't see anyone on the board yet for questions. With 6 minutes to spare, anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Wright to close?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Counselor. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. I believe there is a motion without customary notice, which is also for a resolution, and so therefore we have to deal with it now. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I'll move that City Council waive the rules on providing notice of motion as set out in Section 32 of Bylaw 18155, Council Procedures Bylaw, to allow Councillor Salvador to make a motion without notice regarding a proposed 2026 Alberta Municipalities Annual Convention City Resolution on derelict properties.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any questions on this? And just for, again, Council's knowledge, the reason we have to do this, this would first be a 2/3 majority of all council, not just those present, correct?
Yes.
So 9 votes need to approve this. And as stated in there, the reason for it, you can ask questions about the reason, although it's stated in the motion, but that is up for debate if you had questions. So I don't see anyone on the board for questions on this motion. Please vote to waive notice so that Councillor Salvador can make her motion.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. I'll move that City Council, with the support of a seconding municipality, endorse the draft resolution for advancement to the 2026 Alberta Municipalities Annual Convention, advocating that the Government of Alberta amend the Municipal Government Act to allow all municipalities to create a non-residential derelict tax subclass, including an exemption from or an increase in the 5-to-1 tax rate ratio limit, and remove the requirement that property be unoccupied for a year before it can be assessed into a derelict non-residential tax subclass.
Second.
That was seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Okay, please, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce.
Great, yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to make this before the submission deadline. And this really just builds on the excellent work that Edmonton's been doing related to derelict tax subclassing, and really an opportunity to expand that work through some provincial advocacy with the help of Alberta municipalities. So just for a bit of context, currently the Municipal Government Act restricts the ability of municipalities to create non-residential derelict tax subclasses, and while some municipalities, Edmonton and Calgary, have the authority to create these tax subclasses, that utility and that authority is limited by the requirement that properties have to be unoccupied for a year before being assessed as derelict, and also by the constraint of the 5-to-1 tax rate ratio, which may disallow a tax rate that's high enough to motivate owners to act. So this resolution would allow Alberta municipalities to advocate for those amendments to the MGA, and it would also allow for changes that would unlock this opportunities for all municipalities across Alberta to be able to create a derelict tax subclass, a non-res derelict tax subclass. So I would also add that the town of Peace River has agreed to serve as the seconder for this resolution, with Mayor Shannon seeking approval from her council also before the deadline. And this work would also be aligned with Alberta municipalities' recent work on their Property Taxes Reimagined initiative, which allows or advocates for fairer fiscal frameworks and more effective tax tools for local municipalities. And that's it. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Salvador, any closing comments? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Were there any other notices of motion? Yes, Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Thank you. At the June 16th City Council meeting, I will be moving that administration provide a report to Executive Committee providing background and outlining the tax forgiveness options for the Rhema Chapel of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Edmonton, Alberta, account 4028494 for the 2023-2025 taxation years.
Thank you. Notice has been received. Anyone else? Not seeing any. We are adjourned at 4:59. Thanks, everyone.